Good morning, Conference, and welcome to F21, a policy debate on a framework for England in a federal UK. The motion starts on page 59 of the agenda. Now, there are no amendments to this motion, but there are two sets of options, and a lot of the debate will revolve around them. In Conference, further calls for Roman numeral 7. There are options A and B that you'll be able to vote between later. And in Conference, further calls for 8. There are options 1, 2 and 3 that you will choose by voting option 1 versus option 2, and then the winner of that vote versus option 3. And finally, you'll vote on the substantive motion. So I hope that clarifies what the voting procedure will be at the end. I've received more requests to speak than I will have time to call, so I urge all speakers to be brief so that I've got time to call more. Will Jack Fleming please stand by? And I now call Prue Bray from Wokingham to move the motion.
Good morning, Conference. I'd like to start by thanking all my fellow members of the working group, ably chaired by John Shipley, who have worked so hard for the past year looking at England within a federal UK. And the result is the motion before you this morning. Now, while the motion has federal applicability, it focuses only on England. That's because we cannot make progress on the future of the UK without sorting England out. The motion doesn't seek to dot every policy I or cross every policy T. It's a stage on a journey, not a final destination. The journey started a year ago when Conference agreed a motion called the creation of a federal United Kingdom, which laid down some overarching principles about what we wanted a federal UK to be like. But there was an elephant in the room, an elephant called England. And elephant is the right word for it, because at heart, the issue is England's large size relative to the other states in the Union. The obvious answer to that is to introduce something which looks at England as composed of smaller units, regionalisation. And it is that idea which underlies this motion. Looking at regionalising England is a very complex task. If you get it wrong, it won't work. People won't accept it. People won't understand it. You won't get an equitable system, and it would be a disaster. We already have the evidence for that in Labour's top-down attempt to introduce regional assemblies, which failed miserably. If it was easy to get it right, the Liberal Democrats and the Liberal Party before us would not have spent 50 years trying to work out the best way to take power from the centre and pass it down closer to the people. Earlier this year, in the last few weeks of his life, the working group were privileged to hear from Tony Greaves talking about all the attempts that the party had made to come up with a workable policy, but never quite getting there. That is why we are now looking at this as a journey that has to be taken step by step, keeping firm ground underneath us. If we try to do everything in one go, we will simply sink into the morass and make no progress at all, as has happened with all the other attempts in the past. And we can't afford that. If things carry on as they are, we may be looking at the breakup of the Union. The pandemic has shown us starkly how unfit for purpose our current system of government is. In particular, with regard to England, the UK government holds almost all power centrally, and it is at the centre where all the poor decisions have been made on the pandemic. By contrast, all the effective action has been taken at more local levels, where people understand what needs to be done in their area. I don't think it is overstating the case to say people have literally died because of the way the governing structures of our country are set up. We Liberal Democrats have always believed that decisions should be made at the lowest possible level, and that over-centralising was damaging the UK. Right now, the rest of the country can see it too. So I think we can move forwards with confidence that we are on the right track politically, as well as being true to our own beliefs and values. Now, what exactly does regionalisation mean? I want to be very clear with my local government hat on that it does not mean pulling powers upwards from local government. In fact, we have in mind repatriating to local government some powers that successive governments have removed. No, this is all about taking decision-making away from Westminster to a regional level. And the money has to go too. This will not work if the centre is in control of the purse strings. It also will not work if the centre can change who does what on a whim. That's why we've included a requirement for a UK constitutional convention to settle those issues. We have not specified exactly how many regions there should be, nor nailed down precisely where all powers should be exercised, although we have had a good look at both, and there is more detail on that in the background paper that accompanies the motion. But the final nitty-gritty decisions of the future. The stage we are at today is agreeing the overall shape of what we want. And part of the shape that needs to be defined is where should the balance be struck between the relative roles of England and the regions. And it is to answer that question that we have included options in the motion. The first set of choices starts at line 80. This is between A and B. Both propose pushing powers down to a regional level. Both propose keeping some things at an all-England level. The difference is that under option A, the bodies of the UK at the federal level would be Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and England, and under option B, there would be Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and the regions of England. It is up to you, Conference, to decide which route we should take. Then there is a second set of choices which start at line 91. These are valid whichever decision is made about the federal bodies. Basically, we are offering you a choice between three different ways of selecting the people who will make the decisions on all England matters. Either representatives chosen by the regions, or people directly elected for that specific all England role, or people already in the UK Parliament. Finally, you will be asked to vote on the motion, which will then incorporate the options Conference has chosen. Please support the motion in its final form, so that the party can take the next step on its journey towards creating a policy on a federal structure that works for all parts of the UK. Thank you.
Thank you, Prue. Will Deborah Newton-Cook please stand by? And I now call Jack Fleming from Camden, who will speak for the motion as a whole and against lines 80 to 83 and for lines 85 to 89 and 91 to 92.
Good morning, Conference. This time last year, we passed a motion endorsing the principles of a federal United Kingdom. Today, we return to address some of those details. The problem of our constitutional settlement is well understood. Foremost among the problems is the dominance of England and London in our politics, our economics, and all too often our culture. And I say that as a member of Camden Borough local party. The impact of this imbalance can be felt in everything from attempts to secure Scottish independence to the Conservative slogan in search of a policy, levelling up. The current system is also confused and confusing, with complex half measures such as English votes for English laws, fostering a lack of clarity over what powers sit at which level of government. Addressing these problems must be a key priority for a credible federalism policy, which brings me to Article 7. 7A, which I am speaking against, would make England, with its 56 million people, comparable to Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, together representing just 10 million people. In such a system, England would inevitably come to dominate, just as it does now. And within England, the economic and political gravity of London would remain inescapable. In contrast, 7B would create a far more equitable system. While London would still outweigh other regions and nations in terms of population and economics, the orders of magnitude would at least be comparable. The political and economic playing field of our constitutional settlement would be far closer to level. Crucially, other nations and regions would be free to act independently, unencumbered by the preferences of London, with power brought closer to local communities, democratic, egalitarian, and local, true to liberal values. This leads me to Article 8. Why is option 1, an English chamber appointed by regions, preferable to the alternatives? Well, there would be little danger that such a chamber could command the same attention as an English assembly or the UK Parliament, making it far less prone to democratic overreach than options 2 or 3. nor would it recreate the current confusing system of English votes for English laws. Perhaps most importantly, as representatives remain rooted in communities, geographic legitimacy would be ensured. To sum up, regional assemblies described in 7b will ensure power remains local, egalitarian, and democratic. And while other options would not wreck the motion, an appointed Chamber of Regions, as per 8.1, seems to me the best way to ensure that power is retained at a regional level. Conference, let's get the details right.
Thank you, Jack. Will Robert Brown please stand by? And I now call Deborah Newton-Cook from Liberal Democrats in Europe, who will speak for the motion as a whole, 4 lines 80 to 83 and option 2.
Good morning, Conference. My first impression when reading this motion was the absolute joy of seeing the proposal to have a UK constitutional convention. And I hope that this will be wide-ranging in its membership and its consultation processes. I will indeed be speaking for option A, which is for England to be a single federal state, and combined with option 2, which is line 94, for a directly elected English Parliament. So my starting point for this argument is a question of identity. Now, clearly, this motion has been written by people who have a very strong regional identity in England. But I don't really have that. I come from Romford, Essex, and I consider myself English, British, and European. Now, Romford is also a part of the greater, the London Borough of Havering. So for some things, I'm considered part of London. From the north, you might look down and say, oh, well, Essex is in the southeast. Well, for me, the southeast is anything south of the River Thames. So it's not, I'm not in the southeast. And others will say, well, Essex is in the east of England. Well, for me, the east of England is further north. It's Suffolk, Norfolk, and Lincolnshire. So I don't particularly feel any regional identity, but I do feel English. And sitting in Brussels, from where I'm speaking to you, and looking at our national parliament, I get very frustrated and a little envious and angry about Scotland. Now, Scotland has 59 seats out of 650 members of parliament. That's about 10% of the seats, and that's for only 8% of the population. And they have a Scottish parliament. And we all know very well precisely how strong that Scottish Parliament has become since it first appeared in 1999. So I'm extremely envious. And I'm thinking, hang on a minute, there are 55 million of us English, and we do not have a national parliament, an English parliament. What we have is a Westminster Parliament with Westminster national politicians dictating, as Prue said earlier, very badly what goes on in England, particularly on health matters. Now, my real concern is about our future and the compatibility of this policy with our policy of rejoining the EU. Now, to apply to join the EU, we need to be a nation state. So if we do have breakup of the United Kingdom, to apply for membership, we need to have an English Parliament, a strong English Parliament, as a nation state. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Will Caroline Pidgeon please stand by? And I now call Robert Brown from Rutherglen and Hamilton West, who will be speaking for the motion as a whole.
Thank you very much, Chair. This motion is at its core about two interlinked projects. Firstly, it's about mending our broken constitution by creating a modern federal United Kingdom, a union to better the condition of our people, to decentralise government power, and to bring rogue prime ministers and governments under the constitution, the courts, and the people. Secondly, it's about transferring many of the powers held by Whitehall down to the English regions, a radical reform to decentralise one of the most centralised countries in Europe, a project to give power to the people. For us in Scotland, a federal United Kingdom is not a desirable extra, it's a necessity. It's about whether our future is one of partnership and common purpose with the rest of the United Kingdom, or of separation and disruption of a kind which would make Brexit look like a pilot project. The federal project urgently requires to become a practical and imminent reality if our United Kingdom is to endure against the twin threats of the separatist SNP Green Nationalists and the domineering unionism of Boris Johnson and the Conservatives. Where people in England seek to get rid of Boris Johnson's Conservatives at the next election, in Scotland, the SNP are telling people that the best way to get rid of Boris is to get rid of the United Kingdom. And the reality is that we've had enough of both Boris and of the SNP. Now, the structure of the English regions is in itself a matter for England, but it does have implications for the other UK nations as well. And in a federal UK, Scotland could work with either option A or B, but option B is by far the better approach, a federation of the three smaller nations with perhaps a dozen English regions of broadly similar proportions, inherently balanced and stable, recognizing the reality of England as an entity, but without the immense difficulties of a federation where one federal state is 85% of the whole UK. Not impossible, but certainly unwieldy. Some people worry about local government and rural communities, but the only implication for local government, as Prue said, is to enhance its powers, and rural communities in various parts of England will have much, much more clout as constituent parts of a regional body than they've ever had in Whitehall. The constitutional protections proposed by the working group permeate the working practices of government at all levels. But I want to come back to the big picture and the opportunities of a federal Britain, a healthier economic balance between London and our other great cities, a better political balance that recognises the importance of London, but also shifts power and influence to the nations and regions, a United Kingdom of many voices, more diverse, more democratic, more committed to a new social contract for all our citizens, a United Kingdom more comfortable in its skin, respectful and inclusive of different traditions, and where, as Charles Kennedy famously said, there is no contradiction in being at the same time Scottish, British, European, and a Highlander. This federal vision which we espouse is a far nobler, practical, and sensible way forward for our country than the divisive conflicts and financial uncertainty offered by either the SNP or the Conservatives. Let's agree the motion, but let's campaign for it across the nations and regions of the United Kingdom with heart and soul and mind. It's core to the Liberal Democrat narrative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can Ian Donaldson please stand by? And I now call Caroline Pidgeon from the London Assembly, who will be speaking for the motion as a whole. Caroline.
I fully support this motion and think that in the context of Brexit, it's even more important than ever. I very much doubt that all those who voted to leave the EU in order to take back control were voting for a further concentration of power in Whitehall. As the party of devolution, we cannot and must not let this happen. This motion sets out a bold and practical set of changes that would bolster our democracy, improve decision-making, and ensure more decisions are made closer to those who they impact, subsidiarity, which is so important. I do, however, wish to highlight the use of centralised power in London in lines 13 and 14. Of course, we mean Whitehall, and this distinction is incredibly important. It's something that unites us all, our battles with those holding power in Whitehall. I often find myself frustrated at the anti-London rhetoric we hear and the suggestion that devolution in London is somehow done. The government may sit in our city, but when it comes to decisions that impact and affect London and Londoners, our regional government has been left wanting in terms of power. For instance, the motion talks about transferring health and education and skills powers to regions, and this is something I have continued to call for and push for in the capital. The Mayor currently has new powers over skills, but no other education powers and only a role in public health, not actual services. But one area not covered in this motion that I'm particularly passionate about is much greater fiscal devolution. At present, virtually all taxation in the UK is determined by central government. That cannot be right. Giving regions and cities greater power over their tax base and delivery of public services would be hugely beneficial, allowing public services to be reformed and giving people an incentive to see their local economy develop and grow. The work of the London Finance Commission has been important in this area. Their 2013 and 2017 reports highlight the benefits of giving our London government control over a much higher and wider range of taxes, relying on fewer government grants. This would enable the city to operate more efficiently, effectively, and integrate services, bringing forward infrastructure investment vital for growth at no additional cost to central government. And it would do the same in cities and regions across the country. Further fiscal devolution would allow central government to focus on the areas listed in lines 46 to 59 of this motion and allow our regions to flourish. Conference, I urge you to vote for this motion, 7B and 8.1, and to send out a clear message our party is committed to a bold, long overdue redistribution of powers out to our nations, regions and cities.
Thank you, Caroline. Will Mick Taylor please stand by? And I now call Ian Donaldson from Manchester, who will be speaking for lines 85 to 89 and 91 to 92. We can't hear you, Ian. Are you on mute?
Is that better?
Yes.
Hello.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you,
I can
Conference,
hear you now.
and thank you, Chair. Prime Minister Johnson talks about his levelling up agenda a lot. He does this because he knows that many parts of the country feel left behind, and he's exploiting that feeling for his own political ends. However, what this Prime Minister offers is a form of devolution that comes to local government with no legal powers, no fiscal powers, and all the responsibility when things go wrong. What's more, his levelling up agenda is Westminster deciding what is needed in the rest of the country to make it more like London. That is the Conservative way, elected dictatorship. Colleagues, that is not the Liberal Democrat way. The leader of Her Majesty's Opposition, meanwhile, likes to talk of other things, of sailing ships and sealing wax and cabbages and kings. Well, we all know just how much he deflects from reality. Whilst discussing our work on this motion, I've been told many times that federalism does not come up on the doorstep. That is simply not true. Every time anyone mentions the North-South divide, everything goes to London, or indeed the levelling up agenda, then our response is federalism. When we are told that local government is powerless, there is no way of tackling the big power companies, or our response is federalism. And when we're told that people do not want to see the breakup of the United Kingdom, that the Tory whisper that went round the country at the thought of the SNP being part of a national government, our response is federalism. This motion comes at a time when this government is pressing forward with a regressive agenda, imposing lots of large but powerless unitary councils, working alongside unrepresentative combined authorities, and combined authority mayors that have neither the power nor the fiscal independence needed to fulfil their pledges. Meanwhile, this government continues to run our regional services through unelected quangos and coordinating bodies, such as Transport for the North, the Northern Powerhouse and their counterparts across other regions, through local economic partnerships, community health partnerships, and worse still, regional power, water and media companies, none of which have any direct democratic oversight over the services they provide. Whilst we support devolution, we can establish a true federal UK. That is the real way forward beyond devolution. And I specifically wish to speak in favour of options B and 1. These retain an all-England legislature as a function of a regional state parliaments. However, they mean that no region can be left behind in a federal England. Option A is simply repeating the mistakes of the present. How will an all-England state be any different to what we have now? We already have many regional bodies, quangos and committees delegated to make decisions at a regional and sub-regional level, but with no real democratic oversight from the people on whose lives they impact. Liberal democracy requires that decisions are taken by the people, for the people, at the appropriate level of government. Please, Conference, support option B, option 1, and then support the motion as a whole.
Thank you, Ian. Will Lucy Netzinger please stand by? And I now call Mick Taylor from Calderdale, who is speaking in favour of option B and option 1.
Thank you, Chair. I think my principle is power to the lowest possible level. And if you look at most English regions, particularly, well, I live in Yorkshire at the moment. They have a similar population and GDP to Scotland, and are perfectly capable of running their own affairs as Scotland does, and deserve similar treatment and their own parliaments. We need powerful regions in a federal UK. An English parliament would wholly overbalance a federal UK, and I agree very much with what Robert Brown had to say on that. And it would also encourage the nationalism and all of its ugly faces that we see now. And it would devalue English regions to be subservient to an English parliament. Now, I'll just say to Deborah Newton-Cook, who I believe once worked for my daughter, you don't need an English parliament to rejoin the EU. You need a federal parliament, and we've got one. The negotiations wouldn't take place with an English parliament. They take place with the federal UK, however it's formed. Now, on part 8, option 1, on those very limited occasions when you actually need to deal with all English issues, it seems to me it's best be discussed by a sort of committee of the regions, as outlined in option 1, as the best way forward to ensure that all regions are equally represented and none fall behind. A directly elected English Parliament, for all the reasons I mentioned, is not at all desirable. So this has been ongoing since 1964, when the Liberal Party published Power to the Provinces, and it's about time we settled it. And the settlement ought to be a federal UK with powerful, directly elected regions and a committee of regions to sort out those few English issues that will need to be discussed at an England level. So I would urge you all to support option B and option 1, and then the motion as a whole. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mick. Will Ian Sanderson please stand by? And I now call Lucy Netzinger, from the leader of Cambridge County Council and a member of the working group, who'll be speaking against lines 85 to 89 in favour of 94.
Thank you very much, Conference. It was a great privilege to work on this working group. And the first thing I need to do is to give my thanks to John Shipley for masterly chairing of a quite tricky working group. We had some very heated debates in our working group, and to have got this motion to Conference with the support of the whole of the working group is a real achievement. There are an awful lot of good things in this motion, and I do hope that people will support the motion as a whole. But the focus that we need to think about is the options within the motion, and I am going to be supporting option A, England to be a federal state, and option 2, a directly elected English National Chamber. I want to point out that a directly elected English National Chamber can look very like our already existing proposals for a replacement for the current House of Lords, with members elected by proportional representation and very probably elected from regions. For me, the key reason why we must recognise England as a unit in our party is that it is the unit which is already recognised by voters across the UK, and to ignore that is foolish. The majority of English people have little sense of regional identity, and we can see that from the fact that most regions don't even have an obvious name or border. England, on the other hand, is growing in its sense of identity, in part in a response to the growing powers in Scotland and Wales. The regular announcements over the past 18 months of regulations which apply in England have added to that sense of England as a distinct place, and to ignore that would be unwise. We may not particularly like this growing sense of identity for the English. As a Cornish woman at heart, I would put my English identity well down the list, with Cornish, European, British, Cambridgeshire and Celtic, all identities I'm far more comfortable with. But the English identity often feels to have some rather uncomfortable associations. But as we saw this summer with the English football team in all their glorious diversity taking the knee together, it doesn't have to be like that. And also, as we see regularly, England is an idea and a place that means something to a lot of people, and we ignore that at our peril. I therefore ask you to vote for option A, for England to be a federal state, and for option 2, a directly elected English Parliament. I want to remind you of Prue's introduction, which makes clear that England being the federal level does not remove the votes and powers of the regions set out in the rest of the paper. We would still be taking very significant powers down to regional level. An English second chamber elected by proportional representation from regions would be widely recognised as a major enhancement to our democratic systems, and it would be something that many voters would instinctively recognise and find fair and desirable. Such a second chamber could hold the Cabinet and Prime Minister to account on English policy in health and social care, education, transport and housing, all of which are at present dealt with by Scotland, Ireland and Northern Ireland and Wales. So please support option A and option 2. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Lucy. Will William Wallace please stand by? And I now call Ian Sanderson from Havering to speak for the motion as a whole and for lines 85 to 89 and 94.
Good morning, Conference. I spent the first years of my life in Northern Ireland, then in the first half century of devolved government, or home rule, as Gladstone would have said. Imperfect though it was more accessible than Westminster, and the local politicians who ran it were in tune with at least a substantial proportion of the local population. Later secretaries of state, always English, who sometimes found themselves implementing direct rule, were much more variable. They owed their position to Westminster rather than local politics, and while some were good, the worst started and even stayed ignorant, and some were just arrogant. A cynic could define direct rule as rule by the party which had come 11th in the recent provincial elections. Of course, Stormont Unionists, then the local branch of the Conservative and Unionist Party, made considerable mistakes, starting in the 1920s with abolishing PR leading to perpetual one-party government, with the eventual results that we know. Mr. Johnson, take note. I'm sure this feeling that too much power over local lives is held by ignorant Westminster Whitehall is just as prevalent in many parts of England. Even in Greater London, the UK devolved government with the biggest population, devolution arrangements have at least 3 times in the last 70 years been set by power struggles between Westminster and County Hall and its successors. So this leads us to the English problem. We have seen in these pandemic times how Tory ministers have struggled to distinguish between their 2 jobs, UK roles and English roles. Without this problem, Scottish and Welsh government ministers have sounded, on UK-wide television, much more coherent and competent. At first sight, an all-England devolved government looks like a solution, but there are 2 parts of the English problem. Firstly, Westminster Whitehall looks just as remote and ill-informed from Exeter or Newcastle as it does from both Belfast or Cardiff. So this tier has to be the English regions. And secondly, a devolved all-English government would still have an enormous extra influence in practice and in people's minds as the present imperfect system. The policy, I'm very grateful to the work that this committee has done. I think they've got nearly everything right. This policy motion has it right. Day-to-day power in the regional assemblies with an electorate body coordinating wholly English matters. It leaves each region free to ally itself with other regions and nations against central power if necessary. Please support the motion and choose option B, starting line 85, and option 2, line 84. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Will Michael Kilpatrick please stand by? And I now call Lord Wallace, the Cabinet Office spokesman in the Lords, to speak for lines 80 to 83 and 91 to 93.
We're talking about the union and we're talking about levelling up. And I say to Lucy Netzinger that The question of English regions looks very different if you're in the north of England, as I am at the moment, from if you're in the south. I was very struck last Wednesday when a southern-based minister was ambushed in the Lords by Yorkshire peers from all different parties and benches, arguing about the neglect of the north of England and the need to rebalance the way in which fiscal power and administration is distributed around England. We do, as Caroline Pigeon noted, have one regional government in England. It's called London. And Caroline is right. It ought to have more power, but we have a government that's resisting any attempt at regional administration. The One Yorkshire Committee, which is a strong all-party group supported by 18 of the 20 local authorities in Yorkshire, produced an argument, an arrangement for a regional Yorkshire government, instead of which the government is insisting on having 4 sub-regions, each with its own mayor, each in effect acting as an agent of this immensely over-centralised country. England has become much more centralised over the last 15 years. Local government's been cut back. Regional centres of government in the provinces were closed by the Conservatives in 2010 before the Liberal Democrats had a chance to stop them. The idea that you can make us more regional by sending bits of central departments out to provincial cities doesn't begin to fill the gap. The fiscal redistribution from south to north, the revival of the poorer regions of this country is an important fact for the future. So I am strongly for 7B and for 8.1. We need to have a federal system in which England is not the dominant partner. Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales will leave if England remains the dominant partner. But we also need to rebalance England to provide a stronger voice for Yorkshire, the North East, Lancashire and other regions. And therefore, I'm strongly for 7B and 8.1.
Thank you, William. Will Richard Flowers please stand by? And I now call Michael Kilpatrick from South Cambridgeshire, who will be speaking for option B and for lines 91 to 92. We can't hear you, Michael. Are you on mute? You seem to be on mute, Michael, so we can't hear anything. Okay, well, can we go? We'll go straight to Richard Flowers. And sorry, can I ask Stephen Gosling to stand by, please? But Richard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the working group and John Shipley in particular. Good morning, conference. I've discovered that I'm an Englishman, and I'm as surprised as you are. Here I am, proud European,
flipping heck.
Proud to be British, proud to be Londoner, the nationalists' very definition of the metropolitan elite who doesn't get England. And yet, on this working group, and because I became treasurer of the English Party, the experience of working across the regions has shown me that England is the thread that binds our identities together, the melting pot where our diversity can blend and become stronger. So let me talk about the plumbing. We all rely on the plumbing, but we only notice it when it goes wrong. We have in our great city some magnificent Victorian sewerage, and we don't think about it until it's blocked by some gigantic fatberg. And there is England at our feet, vital and yet unregarded. And yes, it may well be full of fatbergs for want of love and attention. We shouldn't be relying on Victorian plumbing, and we shouldn't be relying on a Victorian constitution either. Like a lot of liberals, my first instinct was to say, Westminster is broken. Let's take all the power away, break it up. And it's simple maths. England is 10 times the size of Scotland. A federation with that power imbalance is a gift to the SNP and their perpetual victim narrative. Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland are not victims. They are our equals, our partners, our family. We need a story that shows how federal Britain can work together that counters the SNP's break it all up agenda. That's why I support the most power going to the regions and why the cash needs to follow. Caroline was so right to talk about that. Power should evolve from the people up, not be devolved from the government down. That's why I ask you to vote for option B, recognising individual regions within England, getting power closer to people. But I also ask you to reject option 3, double-hatting the UK Parliament, because there is a place for England too. We support an England that is made up of diverse regions, from the north to Cornwall, from Anglia to Wessex and Mercia, from London to the Empire of Yorkshire. An England that brings us together, an England that is a true partner to Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, an England that we can be proud of. So please, conference, support this motion.
Thank you, Richard. Will Trevor Mason please stand by? And I now call Stephen Gosling from Bromley, who is speaking for line 20, and Stephen is a first-time speaker.
Thank you very much. So many of our current problems are constitutional in nature, not just the cause célèbres of Brexit and electoral reform, but also dodgy donors, ministerial standards, withheld ministerial communications, powers and the makeup of the second chamber, relationship of authority between local, regional, national and UK-wide representation. It's on that latter point that we talk today, of course, and I'd refer anyone interested in the centralisation on steroids that we've suffered over the last 40 years to the excellent Turning the Tide report from Unlocked Democracy. Hopefully Tom Brake, as Director of UD, will get a chance to tell you more about that in the event on Monday at 5:50 p.m. I'd like to unequivocally support the resolution that we commit to resolving this problem and further suggest that the Constitutional Conference suggested in the motion be a properly formulated citizens' assembly, one that represents not just existing power structures, but all of the UK's tribes and cultures. That would be the right way. It might resolve reserved powers, it might resolve West Lothian question that devolution abjectly failed to address, it might suggest a replacement for the second chamber, or that nations have veto powers as they do among some of our friends and allies. It might even suggest that breaking the union is the only way to square the circle. Essentially, we might not like what a citizens' assembly concludes, but it's still, in my personal humble view, the very best way to achieve a consensus constitution with popular support. Some might think citizens' assembly is unwieldy, but here's the point. Well run, they're like a kind of a population level inclusive version of a royal commission, and they can arrive at real actionable outcomes. They're the antithesis of the closed room dialogue that both the Conservatives, May and Johnson, used to generate their Brexit closed shop deals. And really, there's little better recommendation than that. I would go on to commend 7B, as we've seen that regions are the only way to divide England up fairly. I do worry that electoral reform without constitutional renewal will be both easily reversible and manipulable. One without the other could fall foul of misuse, as our current arrangements do. So I know we've got naysayers, those who say we can't push for both electoral reform and constitutional renewal, those who say that Rome wasn't built in a day. I'd point out to those doubters that Ed, Daisy and the Lib Dems weren't on that job.
Thank you, Stephen. Will John Shipley please stand by to summate? And I now call Trevor Mason from Aberdeenshire East, who wishes to speak for the motion and for lines 85 to 89.
Good morning, Conference. The question of federalism has become much more urgent. In Scotland, we have two polarised groups, those for independence, the SNP and the Greens, and those against independence, the Tories, who just want to keep the status quo. Neither of these stances take us to a better position. At the moment, the Scottish nationalists have the upper hand, driven by the incompetence of the Westminster government And in about a year's time, we will have, as the First Minister of Scotland has decreed, be embarked on a referendum with or without the permission to go ahead. We must implement the policy of a federal UK in conference to provide a credible alternative to this mayhem. I know we've been talking about this for years, but now is a time to get something more substantial to present to the electorate. Otherwise, in 18 months' time, I could be speaking from a foreign country. The future of a federal UK must be fair and democratic. To give equal voting rights to each of the four nations would be unfair to England. And to base voting rights on population size would be unfair to Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland. If I could cite the EU referendum, the fact that both Scotland and Northern Ireland both voted to stay, but England voted to leave, we were overruled. This went down like a lead balloon in Scotland and strengthened the nationalist position. It is important that one state should not be allowed to dominate the federation. One idea I have seen was to split England into its pre-Norman kingdoms so that we still have a concept of a United Kingdom, and at the same time give England a fair share of the vote. This would be for the federal aspect of the motion, and I'm sure everyone has their favourites. The makeup of the English Assembly, this of course will be decided by the English members of conference and ultimately the English electorate. But I would urge you to think about this before Scotland is dragged out of the Union. I cannot emphasise enough how quickly this needs to get moving. Please vote for the motion. Please vote for option B on lines 85 to 89. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Trevor. And Trevor was also a first-time speaker. So I now call John Shipley, who is summating on behalf of the motion as a whole.
Well, conference, may I thank all those who've contributed to the debate today. And I want particularly to thank Prue Bray for explaining the key issues and the decisions we need to take. As she said, this motion is a stage on a journey. It's about agreeing the overall shape of what England should look like, and specifically what the balance should be between the English regions and England as a whole. The Conservatives prefer elected mayors in some areas who would remain very dependent on Whitehall. Labour in practice seems little different. Neither proposes a federal solution. Neither wants elected bodies, as in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and London. And yet these are essential for a vibrant democracy. It became clear to us during our consultations that views differed within the party on the balance to be struck between England and the English regions on their relative powers. On this, we shall vote. Conference, as we've heard, too much power lies at Westminster and in Whitehall. Whichever option you choose on England, England will be much more empowered. And that is because at least 50% of public spending decisions would be taken outside London. The motion defines between lines 43 and 59 the duties of the UK government. Between lines 62 and 69, it defines the responsibilities of a tier of directly elected English regions. In voting for the motion, you will be supporting these key principles. You will also be enhancing local government, and you'll be giving local people the power to define regional boundaries. Conference, there are two choices we ask you to make. First is England to be a single federal state, but with its regions holding the powers defined in lines 62 to 69, or are the individual regions, however many there are, also to be federal states in their own right. Whichever decision you make, and both have their adherents, as you've heard, you are then asked to decide what kind of representation should apply, and those choices lie between lines 91 and 98. Conference, ours is a radical but a proportionate solution to the over-centralisation of England. You will make choices, but once you've done that, Please support the motion as a whole.
Thank you, John. So, conference, we'll now move to a series of 4 votes that will take place in the polls tab in the auditorium. First, we're going to vote between the 2 options in conference further calls for Roman numeral 7. They're printed on page 61 of the agenda. Option A is for England to be a single federal state, and option B is for individual English regions to be federal states. Chris, please start the vote. And you now have 2 minutes to vote. Thank you, conference. There were 95 votes cast for option A and 199 votes for option B, so option B has it. Next, we'll vote between the first 2 options in conference further calls for Roman numerals 8. They're printed on page 62 of your agenda. Option 1 is an English national chamber with representatives appointed by the English regions, and option 2 is a directly elected English Assembly or Parliament. You'll subsequently have a vote between the winner of this vote and option 3. So now we're voting between options 1 and 2. Chris, please start the vote. You'll have 2 minutes to vote. Thank you, Conference. There were 181 votes for option 1 and 110 votes for option 2, so option 1 has it. Our final vote on the options is between option 1, English National Chamber with representatives appointed by the English regions, and option 3, the UK Parliament holding responsibility for England-wide matters, but in a way that does not conflate the governments of England with the governments of the United Kingdom. So, Chris, please start this vote. You now have 2 minutes to vote. Thank you, Conference. There were 250 votes for option 1 and 58 votes for option 3, so option 1 has it. And finally, we'll be voting for or against the substantive motion, including option B and option 1. So, Chris, please start this final vote, and we'll be back after 2 minutes voting time. Thank you, Conference. There were 285 votes in favour and 30 votes against, so the motion is very comprehensively carried. Thank you to all the speakers in this complex but passionate debate, and apologies to those that I didn't have time to call. I'd also like to thank my aides, Beck Scott and Chris Adams. There will now be a very short break, followed by Cara Jenkinson in the chair, who will be chairing the Principles and Values debate. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. We now move to F22, what Liberal Democrats believe. Just before we start, I wanted to mention that we have speaking slots for tomorrow's sessions. I'd particularly like to highlight the two emergency motions, one on Afghanistan and one on the supply chain, both really important issues, so do please get some cards in. So you'll find motion F22 on page 63 of the agenda, and there's one amendment which you'll find on page 64A. I would now like to ask Catherine Pinder to stand by, and I now call Alyssa Gilbert, who will be moving the motion.
Thank you, Cara. Good morning, Conference. It's my pleasure to move this motion on what Liberal Democrats believe. It might seem a little bit unusual to have a motion on what we believe, so I'd like to explain a little bit about why we're moving this motion today from Federal Policy Committee to you all. I'll start by telling you a little bit my personal story. So why am I here? I joined the Liberal Democrats in 2017 as a follow-on from the EU referendum, as I know many of you have, but not all of you. When I joined, I obviously joined for a specific and very powerful reason. And as I became a member of the party, I started to realize that my beliefs and some of the policies I wanted to see happen aligned very much with the other things that the party was doing. But even so, I found it very difficult to articulate myself. What is it that makes a Liberal Democrat a Liberal Democrat? I also sometimes have to admit that I found the language that very established people in the party used about what Liberal Democrats are and what they believe a little bit intimidating. The Liberal Democrat Party has actually published a number of documents about what we stand for, and some of these very helpfully include details of what our current leaders, MPs, and really important historical figures have stood for. This paper is a reiteration and something that hopefully all of you members, all of us will find helpful, both internally and externally. So again, to expand a little bit on why this paper is here. First of all, for ourselves, for members at all stages and length of your membership, to help us cut through the complexity and remind ourselves of why we are here and what we stand for. Second of all, help us understand each other in the party, build the strength and inspire each other to get out there, be active on the doorsteps, and be able to articulate who it is that we are. It will also help us define our strategies. The rest of this morning is devoted to strategy papers and policy themes and priorities for the coming year. To a certain extent, these priorities should be defined by what we believe are most important to take forward as Liberal Democrats. An understanding of our principles and values will help us with these decisions this morning and the course of the coming years. Equally, it will help us connect with the questions and challenges we see out there on the doorstep. What is it that we believe internally, and how does that connect with what people are asking of us externally? Therefore, a clear idea of our principles and values will help us communicate clearly to others, and very importantly, to voters and potential voters. We want our principles and values not just to be clear, but to make us predictable. We want people on the doorstep and out there across the UK to know how Liberal Democrats might respond, like on those emergency motions, unexpected areas. That way they can vote with us also with a confident idea of what we might do in unexpected circumstances. Importantly, we need to be able to use our principles and values as a jumping off point to differentiate ourselves from the other parties. That can be difficult, and it's not always us who define the narrative about who we are. But we'd like to start by this reiterating at conference with this motion for us to at least understand that internally and then work together to communicate that clearly and consistently outside the party to win votes and be able to take forward our policies. This is therefore not hopefully so much as a debate, but an open conversation and an opportunity for everyone at conference to engage with each other and strengthen our sense of our principles and values. There are a couple of amendments that you see here too, which is Federal Policy Committee we support. And as I said, I hope that this is an open discussion that we'll have here. In preparing this motion, we already had a consultation paper out in spring last year, a discussion at autumn conference last year, and I ran a few focus groups with members of the party bodies in the earlier part of this year, which were very instructive. In the Principles and Values motion, which I hope will resonate with all of you, it covers 6 areas that have long been the core of Liberal Democrat principles and values: liberty, The belief that as individuals and when empowered, people will make the right decisions and help our country become a better place. To do this and to help people take those actions, we need to make sure that we put structures in place to empower and support people. It's impossible to be completely liberal without also being completely equal. In the discussions that we had whilst preparing this motion, it became clear that equality isn't just and only a vital part of the policies that we put forward and support and a core principle, but it's vital that we embed equality deeply within the party and who we are so that we represent this as well as stand for it. That also means making sure that our policies support equality of opportunity and access to services, and of course, access to democracy. Democracy, a key principle in our name, and very interesting to see that debated earlier this morning in terms of regions. But citizen engagement is vitally important. We want a democracy that works, that is honest and fair, and again provides equal access to opportunity to operating within our democracy. This democracy must also have due regard to community, another one of our principles. Decentralization, which we were just discussing, and making sure that we make the most of the rich tapestry of community connections that we have both within our own local engagement work, but bringing that together into the national and UK-wide picture. Of course, many people are here because they believe also in internationalism. That richness that we get at the community level and the operation that we get at the level of the individual has to be strengthened. The UK will thrive as being part of an active global community, and that is also something that I find that many of us believe in. Of course, environmental action is also at the core of enabling us to behave well on our planet and operate and thrive effectively. In terms of differentiating ourselves from other parties, many of us here may find these list of principles and values a bit like motherhood and apple pie. But we don't squabble over how to deliver on these. We're not wedded to the public nor to the private sector. We recognize that strong, honest, open, transparent, and democratic institutions and empowered individuals can deliver good policies against all of these principles, however structured. The future for individuals would be very strong in a world governed by our 6 principles. And that's something we need to be able to articulate to individuals when we talk about our principles and communicate them on a doorstep. If we live in a world governed by these values, it can be positive, progressive, and open to everyone. So please come and join this discussion, strengthen it, enrich it, and use these principles and values when you get out there and represent us as Liberal Democrats. Please vote for this motion, engage with it, and vote for the amendments helpfully presented by others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alyssa. I'd now like to ask Michael Mullaney to stand by, and I call Catherine Pinder, who is moving Amendment 1. Catherine.
Hello, conference. This is a lovely conjunction of the old and the new, because here is Alyssa presenting this, who says she's joined the party in 2017. Well, I happen to have been a member of the Liberals and then of the Liberal Democrats, of course, since my teens, which was quite a number of years ago. So it's a happy conjunction, I think. This amendment, you'll see, is in 2 parts. The first is on equality, replacing the lines 10 to 14, which we think we can strengthen, which with the ones which I have suggested. The original lines cover a great deal of what is needed, and they concern access to services, mentioning education and welfare, which we have retained in a modified form. It mentions our opposition to all forms of discrimination and the need for equality before the law. But it doesn't focus on individuals as I would like it to, as I and my colleagues have done when we have said no one is to be held back by poverty, poor health, or discrimination. Being poor in our rich country is an inequality that Liberal Democrats, as you know, are pledged to fight against. And especially the original words, the words you see, do not mention that to achieve equality, an active state is required. We can't do without government action to improve the matters, to improve the equality that we're trying to have. Thank you. That's the first part of the amendment. The second is new. It's a new section on human rights. Of course, Liberal Democrats do care greatly about human rights, but we tend to consider first the abuses of human rights in so many other parts of the world under autocratic regimes, or where sections of the populace are viewed as lesser in some way than others. But even in this country, many people are unable to pursue their lives according to their abilities, wishes, and needs, as we would like, as we suggest they should be able to. There are many we can think of in this respect. Consider the people in care homes, old people and disabled people who, in the beginning of COVID, were either sent back to the care homes without testing from hospital, or in the care homes refused to go to hospital, refused permission to go to hospitals for their end when they already had COVID. That was a shocking reduction of human rights. But we have only to think of all sorts of minority and different groups in this country who do not have equal rights. We think of the Black Lives Matter and many minority groups who don't automatically have equal rights. And indeed, wherever there are powerful people who want to enforce their ways on people who are less fortunate. And we as Liberal Democrats, we want to give everyone an equal chance to flourish. And we, in our communities and with our neighbours, we can try and give them access to the human rights as good as everyone else's. Basically, we're saying these things must be encouraged. We cannot enforce either equality or human rights. We would not want to enforce them on anyone because we believe in individuality.
Thank you. Catherine, could you bring your remarks to a close, please? Thank you.
And we do not believe in conformity, but let us encourage, let us support. Thank you. I recommend the amendment.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I now ask Joe Tuvey to stand by, and I call Michael Mullaney to speak.
As Liberal Democrats, we were formed from two great political traditions, the Liberal tradition and the Social Democratic tradition. The Liberal tradition that emphasised freedom and social liberal form, the intervention of the state in support of the individual, and the Social Democratic tradition that emphasised the need to inequality and to give opportunity for all. And that combination of liberalism and social democracy was combined in many great historic figures within our party. The late Roy Jenkins, who last year it was 100th anniversary of his death, who brought in the great liberal reforms of the 1960s and was a great social democratic chancellor and leader of the alliance in the 1980s. And the late Shirley Williams, who tragically passed away this year, who again embodied all those liberal and social democratic values that were so important and who connected with so many people in our country. The time has come for a combination of liberal and social democratic values. The country is ready for it. Our freedoms are under threat from things such as COVID ID cards and the idea of restrictions on protests and demonstrations. And there's a need for fairness as well and the equality aspect, with the government, as furlough comes to an end, planning to bring in the universal credit cut, which will mean £20 a week cut to some of the poorest people in our society. 7,000 people will lose out in Hinckley and Bosworth. And across the country as a whole, millions of families will be cut by this vicious cut in universal credit that's coming in next month. We see the unfair national insurance rise, and we see the 3 million people excluded from help. The reality is, as Liberals and Social Democrats, we combine freedom and fairness, which is the combination we need at the moment. Labour can't deliver freedom. We know we can't trust them on it after their various authoritarian attacks on freedom during the last Labour government. And the Conservatives can't deliver fairness because for all of Boris Johnson's talk of levelling up, we're seeing with national insurance rises, unfair universal credit cuts and unfair exclusions for people from support on the COVID support, that this government can't deliver on fairness. So we will deliver freedom and fairness. That's the combination of liberalism and social democracy, which if we present it strongly at the next general election, I believe can give us tremendous support as Liberal Democrats and help take many seats off this failing Tory government. Our values, our principles of liberalism and social democracy combined are right for the time now. And if we put them forward strongly, I believe as a party, we can do very well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. And I now ask David Barnsdale to stand by, and I call Jyoti Tooby to speak. Thank you.
Hello, conference. I hope all of you are awake and alert on this Sunday morning, or at least more awake than I am right now. I'd like to speak to you in support of the amendment, both parts of it. Both parts of it add something important to the otherwise excellent statement of our party's values set out in this motion. The first part of the amendment adds a reference to the role of the active state in protecting equality and liberty. Now, before I start here, I would like to apologise to former Lib Dem MP for Cambridge, David Howarth, because the points I'm about to make are taken from a speech I once heard him give that really stuck with me and affected how I think about liberalism. But that was a few years ago, and as I said, I'm a bit sleepy this morning, so I hope you won't think I've mangled his theories too badly. One of the things I took from that speech is that liberalism is about challenging concentrations of power and dispersing power. It's not an ideology with a static end goal. It's a constant cycle of using the power we as liberals have in one place to challenge excess power in another. And sometimes that means challenging excess state power, and that's something we as liberals should be wary of. But a lot of the time it requires an active and powerful enough state to be able to stand up for people's liberty elsewhere where it's threatened by private actors. How can we protect someone's freedom against, say, an exploitative employer without a state strong enough to come in and regulate that employer? We're not a libertarian party, we're a liberal party. We believe the state needs to not only offer everyone some theoretical liberty, but provide them with what's necessary to make full use of it. The preamble to the Constitution commits us to doing just this. It's right there in the first paragraph. We believe that the role of the state is to enable all citizens to attain these ideals, to contribute fully to their communities, and to take part in the decisions which affect their lives. This is what Amendment 1 does, and the examples in the amendment illustrate it so well. We're a party that believe in welfare safety nets, that believe in supporting the poorest and most vulnerable, in the state setting a floor below which those people will not be allowed to fall, so that they can exercise, so that we can all exercise the freedoms our society gives us. It talks about education, to which the same applies. So I really hope you will support the first part of the amendment. As for the second part, the lines on human rights are very important. They correct an omission in the original motion. Support for universal human rights is fundamental to liberalism. We're a party of human rights. We started this conference off with a motion to protect the rights of LGBT plus people. I don't really want to talk for too long about this part because I'm sure I don't need to convince an audience of Lib Dem members that equal rights, anti-discrimination, and standing up for the rights of marginalised people wherever they may be are good things. So I'm not going to spend too much time doing that. Please support both halves of the amendment and please support this excellent motion as a whole. Thank you very much, conference.
Thank you very much, Joe. And I'd now like to ask Liz Lynn to stand by, and I call David Barnsdale.
The motion on democracy is poorly worded, in implying a kind of condition, and our support for democracy must be without any hint of conditionality. Nevertheless, the commitment to democracy within the paper itself is much more solid. That can't be said for free speech. The key line in the paper is, we embrace freedom of thought and speech, and that and is actually a but, and argue for stronger protection against those who abuse free speech, use it to promote division and hatred, or spread falsehoods and fake news. Accusing a minority group of promoting division has been the first resort of dictators throughout history. Further, often when people disagree, it is because they are relying on different sources, and they both believe the other is resorting to fake news. Hence, the second half of the sentence so contradicts the initial support for free speech to make that support meaningless. I put an amendment to fix these problems, arguing that censorship is a claim that the censor is infallible. FCC rejected that, saying that governments would never be able to act if acting required infallibility. John Stuart Mill tackled that very point. Governments can claim to have made their best attempt to get things right if they have considered the counter-arguments. Censorship, however, prevents the very debate that allows some measure of confidence that a decision has been correctly arrived at. Of course, there are some forms of speech that undermine free speech itself, such as incitement to violence or excessive spending in an election. But beyond that, we must remain true to our free speech traditions. Remember, no democracy is real unless all voices are heard. Please reject the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. I'd like to ask Fraser Graham to stand by, and I now call Liz Lynn.
Yes, good morning, conference. I became involved in the party with the Liberals when I was 11 years old, when I heard them talking about freedom of the individual. It was a preamble to the Liberal Party constitution. I was fired with an enthusiasm for the beliefs and principles of the party back then. But over the years, I realised that we had to put them into practice. That is why I've campaigned tirelessly for the party and became an MP and an MEP to continue to fight for liberalism and liberal democracy. I recognise that other parties have had some good policies in the past, and I haven't always agreed with every policy that we've put forward, and I've been quite vocal in my opposition to some of them, to say the least. But I've always known that the core values of the party are closest to my beliefs. It is very important that we confirm those values today in this motion. These beliefs are what we have to base our decisions on when we are formulating party policy, like the belief in anti-discrimination on all grounds, which is closest to my heart. Having grown up in a disabled people's home and prior to that an older people's home, I knew that disabled people were not treated equally, and neither were older people. I was determined to change that, and again, the Liberals and Liberal Democrats were the vehicle to do that. It's obviously been difficult for us when we haven't had power nationally, but we have all made a difference over the years, and we must never, never forget that. Internationalism is also where we have made a difference, and we haven't wavered in our commitment to work with our neighbours to achieve peace and prosperity. And I know we will continue to do so. Of course, all of us were devastated about the EU referendum outcome. When we become isolated, we feed that intolerance and racism that many of us experienced during the referendum campaign out on the streets. I'm glad we're recommitting ourselves in this motion to rejoin the EU in the long term, as trying to live where we weren't interdependent doesn't work. We're a far more effective force working with our neighbours in combating all forms of discrimination as well as in all other areas. Our policies and beliefs are needed far more now with this current government than ever before. We are needed to challenge the status quo and put forward a vision for a fairer, more tolerant society where everyone can live as equal citizens and thrive, regardless of their disability, race, age, gender, sexual orientation, religion or belief. Please vote for the motion.
Thank you very much, Liz. I'd like to ask Thalia Marrington to stand by, and I now call Fraser Graham.
Conference. I joined this party in 2016 because of one issue, Brexit. But the reason I'm still here is because of the values and principles that our party upholds. This speech is somewhat of a paradox. It should be completely unnecessary, because I take it entirely for granted that any true liberal would have no objection to the values put forward before you, either in the paper, the motion, or the amendment. But in this current climate, where members of the LGBT+ community, my community, are facing almost constant daily attack through the media, on Twitter, and even here at conference, we need to be bold and firmly plant our flag as a party that is standing up for the rights of those we need to support and protect. As David pointed out, The paper states on liberty, we embrace the freedom of thought and speech and argue for stronger protection against those who abuse free speech, use to promote division and hatred, or spread falsehoods and fake news. This is crucial, and I fundamentally disagree with David here. Free speech is not freedom to discriminate without consequence. It's not freedom to be given a platform to espouse views which are actively harmful, or freedom to hound people on social media to the point of taking their own life. We need to be clear on this and push back against those who demand to be able to say whatever racist, transphobic, homophobic, or ableist crap they desire without fear of consequence. On equality, the paper points out our proud history of legislating for equality. We need to continue this proud tradition, continuing to push for further advances in law to provide equality, such as further closing the gender pay gap, fighting for true reform of the Gender Recognition Act, and fighting to protect the rights of minority voters. This leads right into democracy. Our democracy is at threat. The Tories are attempting to use a false narrative inspired by Trump's Republicans of electoral fraud to make it harder for those who don't or can't afford to have additional official ID to cast their vote. Those without ID are often some of the most vulnerable in society and should not be stripped of their democratic voice. I'm running out of time, so I can't quite get to the other points in the paper, but I want to talk on the amendment. The amendment further strengthens the motion and the paper. For equality, it puts the onus on the states to actively make change and promote equality, ensuring nobody is held back. And I urge you all to think back to the excellent speech that Joe gave. The addition of human rights almost goes without saying, but it will mean so much to members of certain minority and disadvantaged groups to have a political party to declare loudly and clearly that we are the party of human rights, and we will fight to the ends of the earth to protect them. Conference, please support this motion and the amendment, and make it clear that we are a party of true liberal values and principles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fraser. And could I ask Lee Darg to stand by? And I now call Thalia Marrington.
Hello. I wanted to speak on this motion as I feel I'm a relatively new member. I also remember what I thought the Lib Dem stood for when I wasn't a member, so it might provide some useful insight. I'll be honest, I couldn't have told you what the Lib Dem stood for a couple of years ago, other than against Brexit. When I looked at the manifesto and I was desperately searching for a party or a group to join because of the utter incompetence of this government and Boris Johnson, I read about us and our ambitions and I felt like I found my home. I'd been a Lib Dem all my life without realising it. But when I thought of Lib Dems, I thought beige, Tory-like, middling, nice, average. We were anything but what if everybody thinks like this? I would say the British public at the moment is not served with much choice on political options. And in normal times, perhaps this doesn't really matter. Things go one way or the other, swing back and forth, and the world toddles on. But these are not normal times, and I strongly feel that many people right now feel utterly let down and left out in the cold by the British political scene. When you have a global pandemic, maybe chuck in a climate emergency too, you need leadership you trust that you can get behind. We need a government that at bottom line is honest with us, treats us with respect, doesn't mislead or cheat its way through things because it has to win at all costs. And this is why I feel so passionately that we are the party at the moment able to navigate these choppy waters, but why we have to get our message out there that we're the party of values, principles, honour and integrity. And these are the vital bits missing from British politics currently, and the only things that will get us through and guide us through these climactic times. I strongly feel that many people, just like I was, are missing a party they can get behind and trust, with people in it for the right reasons, not just arrogant, entitled career politicians without empathy. But not many people are going to read a manifesto to find out what we're about. But I think the Tory ship is starting to sink now. They have no values to hold it up. The only good things they've done have been U-turns when they know they've lost the will of the people. And quite frankly, people are beginning to see through this and they want more. And we have something that they'll never have. We do care. And we have an unwavering conviction in our direction, our policies, our ambitions for this country, because they come from our core values, caring principles, and are built with integrity and thought. And we are strong because of it. The sort of strong where we would have been able to cancel Christmas, for example, because people would have been with us and understood the need to and trusted us. I feel we have a duty to make politics better, to heal the distrust people feel in politics at whatever level. It's even lowly councillors with the establishment tarred with the same brush. And so we must get our message out that we're a party of integrity and honesty, driven by our values, that we're in it for people. Biden talks about playing to people's better angels. Having campaigned for months earlier this year, I know that there are many people out there who feel so let down and are desperate to find a new space, who are caring like we are as a party and who understand and want to come together to help heal this country and make things better. Maybe we had to hit Brexit, that utterly hideous, divisive point, to get us to this point. But I believe the time is now to heal, and we are the party to come to. But we have to let people know what we stand for, and we have to always stick to our values. Our past wobbles, maybe, are when we've been blinded by power.
Valia, if you could bring your remarks to a close, please.
If we are always our best selves, we as a party will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to call Michael Berwick-Gooding, who's going to be summating on Amendment 1, to stand by, and I now call Lee Darg.
Thank you, Chair. Wow. Follow that. What a fantastic range of speakers. I'm really pleased to share this debate with you all. I also want to thank Alyssa and Christine and the rest of the working group for this very vital paper. We see the next motion is about discussing party strategy and back to the road to success. But of course, until we define and understand what we're for and explain that to voters, we can't possibly have any success in our communities. Ask yourself as a councillor, as a candidate, as an MP, as a peer, as an activist, do you know what it is to be a Liberal? Do you know what it is to feel like a Liberal? I know you all do. The difficulty we find, and this is why we have this motion, is how to explain that to the public. After all, if we can't explain to ourselves what we stand for, how can we possibly hope that voters will know what we stand for? I remember joining the party after reading the manifesto put forward in an election. And every page I turned, I just kept saying, but this is a book about me. They've written a book all about how I feel. And that's how I know a lot of other people feel and why you've joined the party. When I joined the party, I met up with somebody called Jock Gallagher, somebody many of you know. And he taught me 4 words that will always get me out of a sticky situation. And I really offer these 4 words to you. If you're a candidate, if you're an activist, if you're going on TV or being asked a question in a council chamber or even on a doorstep, those 4 words to remember are think like a Liberal. Many of us worry about getting policy right, getting all the details right, remembering all the numbers. But if you think like a Liberal, you can never get it wrong. And that's what this paper is really about. I absolutely support the amendments as well. Please remember to talk to your local parties, to your regions, to all of the party bodies. Particular shout out to Young Liberals. This conference, you're really reminding us what it is to be Liberals, and all of your motions are winning with landslides. So well done to you. So thinking like a Liberal doesn't mean we need a central mandate from Party HQ, and that's what lines 33 to 36 offer. And indeed, we all know what our response would be if HQ sent us all an email saying, this is now what you think, please make sure you adhere to it. And rightly so, as Liberals, we would kick that back. So please support the motion, please support the amendments. And remember, if you are ever stuck, think like a Liberal. Thank you, conference.
Thank you very much, Lee. I'd now like to ask Christine Cheng, who will be summating on the motion, to stand by. And I call Michael Berwick-Gooding, who will be summating on Amendment 1.
Good morning, conference. It's very nice to know that the movers of the motion have accepted and asked the conference to support the amendment that I'm summating on. I'm really pleased that no one spoke against it, and there were nice things said about it. And Joe talked about that the importance of the active state and the way it can, that a powerful state needs to be there to challenge other centres of power that may well need being challenged. Fraser talked about that the human rights were a vital part of what it is to be a Liberal. Obviously, I'd like the conference to support the amendment and the motion. And the first part of the amendment brings forward the idea of the active state, which obviously the movers of the amendment think is very important. It's important for equality and the idea that people are not held back, and that also has been added in by the addition of the amendment, which we think is important. And while keeping the parts that were in the original motion about the importance of not being discriminated against and the importance of education, training, public services, and equality before the law. As has been said by a couple of speakers, the human rights is a vital part of being a Liberal, and most people, every speaker has been supportive of that. I would say that it's one of the core values of being a Liberal, and we probably can trace it going back to the 17th century and our Whig inheritance. So hopefully conference will support Amendment 1 and the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. And could I now call on Christine Cheng, who will be summating on the motion.
Conference. I want to begin by thanking Duncan Brack, who led this work with Alyssa on behalf of FPC. He was really kind enough to let me take his moment of glory here, and he did that because he felt it was for the good of the party. And that says really everything about our principles, doesn't it? Conference, the values put forward in this paper are values that I know we already share, and I know you share them with me because you're all staring at a screen right now instead of having a lazy breakfast. I suspect that I really don't have to work too hard to convince you of the merits of liberty, equality, democracy, community, internationalism, and environmentalism. So instead, I want to tell you about how I've seen these values practiced at all levels of the party, pretty much from day one of my time with the Lib Dems. This motion isn't just about what we believe, it's also about how we behave. It isn't just about a set of principles on paper, it's about how we translate these principles into action every single day. Conference, I moved to this country 17 years ago. I came to study, and within the halls of academia, I felt welcomed. But outside the university, I felt like an outsider. That changed in 2016 when I joined the Lib Dems. Like Talia, I felt instantly at home. I'd been a Lib Dem all my life, and I just didn't know it. It helped that all of you were kind and generous to me and suggested ways in which I could become involved, from policy groups and FPC to door knocking and leafleting. You treated me as one of you. Brexit or no Brexit, you made me feel like I belonged. Liz Lynn's comments really summarized this beautifully. So whether you're LGBT or from a racialized background or from an area that has been neglected by Labour and the Conservatives, I know I am not the first outsider who has been embraced by this party. We don't just talk about community as a value. You all really made me feel part of a community. Now, how many parties can actually say that with a straight face? You didn't see my foreignness as a problem, but as an asset. You saw an injection of new ideas. You didn't treat me as a threat to your job or to British culture. You asked me about how things are done differently elsewhere and how we might learn lessons from other places. This is who the Lib Dems are through and through, willing to embrace the new and different and adapt as necessary. As Lib Dems, we can see that problems like climate change, like COVID, like terrorism, can only succeed when they are approached internationally. We understand that the EU is an amplifier of our liberal values and influence around the world. We don't just talk about internationalism as a value, we give meaning to it in our interactions with each other, with people around the world, and in our policies. Conference, I see an incredible empathy in our party. It sits at the heart of how we operate as a democratic party. Unlike many others, we are willing to reflect on our mistakes, sometimes out of necessity. But I see this also in how we debate issues and how we really listen to each other, how we're willing to change our minds when we get it wrong, how we're willing to apologize to each other, to those who have been wronged in this country and overseas. Our party welcomes diversity. We don't just tolerate diversity, we actively welcome it. We welcome diversity of thought and diversity of experience. This is what liberty means to us in practice, that people should be able to live their lives as they please and to speak our minds, as long as we aren't harming others. Thank you, Fraser, for reinforcing this point for us. Conference, in 11 days, I'm set to become a British citizen. When I think about this country, what this country strives toward and how we see ourselves, I think about these Lib Dem values. The best of the Lib Dems, indeed the best of Britain, is encapsulated in this motion. These are Lib Dem values, but fundamentally these are also British values. And that is why I have so much faith in this party, because what we believe, what reasonable, ordinary people in this country believe, is what we believe as well. That all children should get a fair shot in life, no matter what their background. That politicians shouldn't be able to dole out COVID contracts to their mates, and that democracy happens from the ground up, door to door, by listening to our own communities. Conference, please accept both parts of the amendment put forward by Catherine and endorsed by Joe, and vote in favor of this motion as a whole. And like Lee says, we need to keep this conversation going, not just inside the party, but with your friends and family outside the party. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. We now move to the votes, which you can find in the polls tab on the Hopin platform. So the first vote will be on Amendment 1, and that should now be open. So we now have the results in for the vote on Amendment 1, and that is 354 for the amendment and 26 against. So that is clearly carried. We now move on to the vote on the motion as amended, and John will be opening that vote up now. So we now have the results for that vote, and that is 398 for and 15 against. So the motion is clearly carried. I'd like to say thank you to all of the speakers for heartfelt contributions, and apologies to those who I wasn't able to call. We did have a lot of cards for this debate. I'd like to thank my aides, John Ball and John Bridges, and I'll be handing over now to Nick DaCosta, who will be chairing our next session, F23. Thank you.
Good morning, conference. We now come on to F23, which is Party Strategy, Our Road to Success. We've had 4 amendments to this motion, which the Federal Conference Committee has accepted, and we also have a reference back, which I'll be taking later in the debate. With that in mind, could I please ask Rod Lynch to stand by, and I call Daisy Cooper, the Deputy Leader of our party and the MP for St Albans, to move the motion.
Good morning, Conference. I'm really pleased to be able to propose this party strategy motion on behalf of the Federal Board. Let me start by saying what this motion is not. This is not supposed to be a vision. It is not supposed to be a political narrative. It is not supposed to be a manifesto, and it's not supposed to be a message script. It's more like a business motion, which responds to the Thornhill Review. Some bits, if I'm honest, are not particularly exciting, but all of it is important. For those who don't remember, the Thornhill Review, which was conducted after the 2019 general election, found that there was no single strategy. No single strategy to outline our ambitions as an organisation, and no single strategy which set out how, in the current political, economic and environmental context, we would use our collective resources in order to achieve those ambitions over a period of years. This motion is designed to fix that. When I talk to local parties about how we can win, I often talk about the 3 M's: messages, messengers, and machine. And I'm pleased to see that this motion sets out a strategy for all 3. Let's start with the message. Conference, we have got good ideas coming out of our ears. I simply do not believe that the Liberal Democrats have ever lost an election for want of enough sensible, evidence-based, fully costed policy. But we have lost elections in part because we haven't had a compelling and distinctive message. Like it or loathe it, bollocks to Brexit was compelling and distinctive. It resonated with voters. It did what it said on the tin, and we were rewarded in the ballot box. This strategy motion recognises that we must get the message right. On messengers, at every single level of our party, we need a diverse cohort of elected representatives. We need to look and sound like the country we want to represent, and we need diversity of thought and identity so that we can make better decisions. Amendment 1 recommits the party to implementing the proposals for improving our ethnic diversity, as set out in both the Alderdice and Thornhill reviews. And this is why the Federal Board strongly supports Amendment 1. Amendment 3 is also really important because it outlines how we as a party need to improve our processes so our candidates are supported at every single stage of the process. The Federal Board is remaining neutral on this amendment, but on a personal level, I hope you will support it. And on machine, the motion is very clear that we will set realistic objectives for winning seats. It's no secret, Conference, that we've overstretched in the past at a number of general elections, and that as a result, we've lost out on some seats by a whisker. Wimbledon, Winchester, Carshalton and Wallington, just 3 seats where there's less than 1,000 votes in it. The Thornhill report was clear. In this broken first-past-the-post system, we can't afford to spread ourselves too thin. We have to target key seats so that we can elect as many MPs as possible. And there's a roadmap here for showing how it's done. Because, at long last, we have a strategy that recognises that we don't win elections overnight. Building a winning machine takes months and years. Believe me. Waiting until the election comes around is just too late. We know that there are millions of people across the country just like us, people who share our values and want to live in a liberal Britain. But to make the most of that support, we have to build capacity in local parties. We have to become smarter at testing campaign techniques. We have to grow our local government base at every single set of elections. And we have to build in every corner of Great Britain. This motion commits us to doing just that. But thankfully, without very publicly divulging all of our tactics to our opponents, because I hope it goes without saying that it would be hugely damaging to our electoral prospects if we were to do that. The motion also talks about a one-party approach, and I really welcome this. One of the wonderful things about our party is the sheer number and variety of different campaigning arms. We've got Lib Dem HQ, the Association of Liberal Democrat Councillors. We have diversity groups, local parties, and numerous special interest groups. And after 13 years of membership, I'm still trying to work my way around the English party. But this variety can lead to duplication, and it can also lead to vacuums, where a vitally important task can be overlooked because it doesn't explicitly sit with one body at all. This part of the motion gives a mandate to map out who is doing what and to encourage relevant parts of the party to work together towards shared aims. Conference, I didn't get into politics and I didn't join the Lib Dems in order to try and align different committees. But this fragmentation in our party causes real problems. And as the Thornhill Review pointed out, it cost us dearly at the last general election. So, Conference, on behalf of the Federal Board, I invite you to support the motion and to remind you that the Federal Board strongly supports Amendment 1 and is remaining neutral on all others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daisy. Could I ask Councillor Josh Barbarindi to stand by, and I now call Roderick Lynch, Vice Chair of LDCRE, to propose Amendment 1. Roderick.
Good morning, Conference. LDCRE has put this amendment forward because ethnic minority activists in this party, we're angry. We're angry because the party has a problem engaging with the ethnic minority community. We are angry because the party has been told time after time the action it needs to take to resolve this problem. We are angry because for 20 years we have been ignored. Liberal Democrats, enough is enough. 20 years ago, in 2001, there was a Dall'Ochia report, ignored. In 2006, a motion from Lord Dall'Ochia launched the Equality and Diversity Review, ignored. In 2008, a report from Ishan Ganzi, approved by the Federal Conference, ignored. In 2018, Lord Alderdice produced a review. This too was ignored. So in 2020, the Thornhill Review was established. LDCRE put forward a heavyweight submission, and the Thornhill Review accepted what we were saying and made recommendations. And what was the result so far? The party has ignored it again. So our amendment today puts back into the party's strategy the recommendations of race from the Alderdice and Thornhill Review. Let me tell you what Alderdice and Thornhill said. Alderdice made crystal clear that the party has to make ethnic diversity, not diversity in general, its top priority. He said this: in the Liberal Democrats, the campaigns to make diversity happen have brought significant changes and improvements for women, as you can see from Daisy and others, and LGBT members and representation, but not for BME members and representation. Ethnic diversity now has to be the number one priority issue for the party. The Thornhill Review told the party to fulfill the Alderdice recommendations and that the party should revise the targeting strategy to include the BME electorate, particularly in those diverse areas. We should embed at all levels of the party the concerns and interests of the BME communities, reach out to BME communities and actively plan how it will achieve real integration at all levels. Ensure resources are in place to implement this and to help local parties reflect the electorate they represent. Why is this so important? And I'll tell you why. Because ignoring ethnic minority communities is costing us seats and power. Ethnic minorities are more than 25% of Nottingham, Watford, Coventry, and Reading. We are more than 30% of Manchester, Bradford, Blackburn, Wolverhampton, Darwin, and Ross and Sagwell. We are more than 40% of London, Slough, Leicester, Luton, and Birmingham. When you ignore 40% of the electorate in an election campaign, you are practically giving yourself a target of trying to get 2/3 of the white voters to vote for you. And that is why in London elections, we came fourth behind the Greens. Conference, if the party does not implement the Thornhill recommendations in the long term, we are sunk. The recent diversity review review ignored Alderdice. All it suggested about was reaching out to ethnic minority communities was to have another review. And the motion today on the party strategy ignored it as well. What's the problem here? When we try to engage with the party's leadership and ethnic minorities, it's a mobile phone moment. check my phone, check my emails, have a look at my Instagram. Don't the regional chairs, the HQ staff, don't you get it? There are 650 seats. We have 12. If we were a business, we'd be in turnaround. LDCRE has demonstrated what happens when you canvass at ethnic minority communities. We win. Brent is 60% of ethnic minority communities and solidly Labour. But Anton Georgiou went in there, took his diverse canvassing teams and knocked on every door. One man said, I've lived in this borough for 40 years and it's the first time your party has asked for my vote. And guess what? He put a skateboard up and he voted. Anton needed
Could you draw your marks to a close, please?
He won with 28. Okay, I took the council. Race ethnic minorities has to be the party's top priority. I'm not your special project. I'm not your tick box exercise. We're talking about a substantial community in the UK.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Rod. Can I please ask Simon McGrath to stand by, and I now call Councillor Josh Babarindi from Eastbourne to move Amendment 2. Josh.
Happy Sunday, Conference. I'm delighted to move Amendment 2, submitted by the Parliamentary Candidates Association, to build on what is already a powerful motion. And this amendment, if passed, would bake the creation of a structured campaigner-to-candidate pipeline into our party strategy. It would amount to throwing the kitchen sink at finding outstanding Liberal talent and nurturing it for the benefit of our party, our communities, and our country. Now, why is the existence of a programme to create such a pipeline like this important? Well, it's important because it's fair, it's important because it's needed, and it's important because it's smart. And I'll go through each of them in turn. It's fair because every Liberal should have the opportunity to build their talents as a candidate. We need to have a trained cohort of Liberal campaigners who reflect the diversity of our country, as Rod was just saying, who are seriously committed to their communities and who understand the challenges and opportunities of those they seek to represent. The amazing programmes and support that are already in place across the party to support diverse candidates, whether it's by the Campaign for Gender Balance or the Racial Diversity Campaign, Young Liberals, LGBT plus Lib Dems, ALDC, and more, is evidence of the success that a structured approach can have on the equality, diversity, and fairness agenda. So it's fair. Number two, it's important because candidates don't come out of nowhere. We've got to work to find and nurture talent. We need to. Now, I used to be a gangs worker, and I did a lot of outreach on estates in different parts of London when I was doing that. And engaging these hard to reach folks from the margins and to the core was tough. And we had a policy that we called relentless intervention, a systematic and highly intentional, relentless approach to engaging with them time and again to make the case for coming to the core. We need to do the same here as far as our candidates are concerned. And this kind of program, a holistic and structured program to find and train candidates, is exactly the way to go. But also, candidates are really ready-made. And being a candidate is hard. It's more than just memorizing the Liberal Democrat manifesto of the day and spouting it out. You need to lead teams. You need to raise money. You need to get stuff done in your community. And you need to develop the resilience to deal with the hard times and the flack. The good news is that these things can be taught and nurtured, but only if we share the expertise that we have in the party and beyond it with those who we want to be our Liberal leaders of the future. So 2, it's needed. And 3, it's smart. It's smart because it helps us win. The cephalological data tells us that a good candidate in a constituency can increase their party's vote by an average of 4% beyond their change in the national vote share. And this could be what tips the balance in our marginal seats everywhere from East Dunbartonshire in the north to Eastbourne, my home patch, in the south. And it works the other way around as well. So we need to make sure that we get that right. But candidates can be the difference between Liberals winning and Liberals losing, between dysfunctional governments like this one and Liberal progressive governments of the future. The other parties recognise the need for seriously investing in candidates in this way too. Labour are launching their Future Candidates programme at their conference in a couple of weeks' time. And we know, although it's had flaws, that the Conservatives' A-list programme was successful in getting 48 of its participants into Parliament. Unless us Liberal Democrats also recognise the importance of finding and training candidates in a structured and holistic way by passing this amendment today, unless we vote to trigger our party to take candidate capacity building to the next level by voting for this today, our candidates and our liberalism will get left behind. So from one person in that campaigner to candidate pipeline to, I hope, many others watching, and those who want to back our candidates all the way, I'd appeal to you to vote for Amendment 2 today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. Could I please ask Oliver Jones-Lyons to stand by? And I now call Simon McGrath, who is proposing Amendment 3.
Thank you, Nick. This is a very simple amendment which embodies what seems to me to be a fundamental principle, that at a general election we should offer everybody the chance to vote for a Liberal Democrat candidate. We think a Liberal Democrat MP is the best one to represent people in every constituency, and therefore we should give them the opportunity to vote for one. There might be some exceptional circumstances where the party leadership don't want to stand a candidate. And this has a simple answer to that, which is they have to get the agreement of local party members, and they should be the ones that make the final decision. Let's remember what happened with the Unite to Remain agreement at the last election. It was decided we do a deal with the Greens and Plaid Cymru. Labour didn't want to participate, not to stand in certain seats. Regional and local parties weren't involved with those decisions at all. They were simply told that they had to stand down in certain seats. And that caused huge problems. In some cases, long-standing local party activists and officers were told that their legal right to nominate candidates on behalf of the party was being taken away because they were no longer trusted. But there's another point, Conference. It's a fundamental mistake to think that we can decide how our voters, or those of other parties, will vote. Anybody who's been to a local election count where there's one Green candidate in a multi-councillor ward will know that the Greens split their votes in all sorts of extraordinary and surprising ways. And I'm sure that's the same of the other parties. And of course, that's absolutely their right to do. The facts of what happened in 2019 bear this out. If you read the cephalological analysis of Unite to Remain, it made no difference. Now, Conference, you'll be surprised to hear perhaps that this amendment is already the policy of the English party. But in 2019, we were told that that was overruled at the federal level and it didn't apply. And that's one of the reasons for this amendment. Candidates are a state party issue, and therefore the amendment makes it clear it doesn't overrule any state party rules. Now, let's be clear about what this doesn't mean. It doesn't mean we have to put the same amount of effort into every seat. We can and should be rigorously targeting those seats we can win and where we're developing them to get a good chance in the future. I should probably declare an interest here. I'm a councillor in Wimbledon with a Tory majority of 628, a figure, as you can imagine, Conference, that I repeat quite a lot when I'm on the doorstep talking to Labour supporters. And we want as many of you coming to Wimbledon to support Paul Kohler, our newly selected PPC, as possible. But there's another point about Wimbledon Conference. In 2017, we had a Tory majority over Labour of just 5,000. It's just the sort of place that if we had stood down for Labour, we would have given up to them. And I think looking at the results last time, that would have been a bit of a mistake. Now, you'll notice, Conference, there's a drafting amendment to make it clear that we're not proposing that this will apply to the Speaker. We hadn't intended to address that issue, but it's been of some concern to the MPs. And I know that that will concern some people, but if we can, could we please focus on the main issue, which is standing in every seat without, and if we're not standing, it has to be with the agreement of members. Now, Conference, our party is a unique one. Firstly, because we give power over policy and selecting candidates to our members. And secondly, because we're the party of the whole country. Whatever your class or race or sex, wherever you live, rich or poor, we have a philosophy and a set of policies to ensure that you can live your life in freedom, in dignity, and with the power to make decisions about things which affect you. Let's make sure, Conference, that everybody at the next general election has a chance to vote for that and for our party. So please vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Could I please ask Richard Flowers to stand by? And I now call Oliver Jones-Lyons from Gateshead, who is moving Amendment 4. Oliver.
Conference. There's a conversation we need to have as a party. A conversation on the carbon impact of our party operations. Everything we do, from leafleting to even these online conferences, have a carbon impact. This amendment makes clear that we as a party want to be net zero. The main difference compared to carbon neutrality is that net zero includes scope-free emissions, which includes, for example, purchased goods, services and transportation. As I'm sure you can imagine, this is where the majority of a political party's carbon impact comes from, so it's essential that we aim to reach this higher bar. Secondly, it calls for better measuring of our carbon impact. A whole party effort is needed to ascertain what our carbon impact actually is, led by the federal board. Net zero as a target calls for us to reduce our emissions as low as possible before using high-quality carbon offsets that remove carbon from the atmosphere, such as tree planting. So we do also have to make the effort where possible to first reduce our emissions before offsetting, and this amendment calls for that. This amendment sets out a clear target and the 3 overarching next steps we need to take. Our party needs to practice what it preaches, otherwise we risk severe electoral embarrassment. Imagine the reaction of the press during the 2023 general election campaign as we speak about all of our excellent environmental policy, from our green investment banks to our carbon pricing strategies, whilst we ourselves are having a notable carbon impact. You can already imagine the Guido Fawkes thumbnail or the front page of the Telegraph or Mail calling out our climate hypocrisy for not making sure we had our own ducks in a row to start with. So for the sake of ideological coherence, for protection from electoral embarrassment, and to give real credibility to our proposals, we must back this amendment. The second quality which is core to this amendment is climate leadership, leading from the front not just in policy terms, but in our behaviour and our campaigning. Imagine the example it would set if we as a political party promised and started to set out a plan to make our operations net zero. It's exactly the sort of innovative idea and leadership that Liberal Democrats are known for. Others will follow, whether it's our sister parties across Europe or the world, or maybe even other parties in the UK. Conference has one other reason to vote for this motion. As Liberals, we know it's quite frankly just the right thing to do. There was recently a consultation paper put out by JLD, the most recent English council. It asked its members their views on party greenifying, and I'm aware concerns about such a programme were raised. It is my sincerely held view that decarbonisation in our party should be an additive positive effort rather than a negative harmful effort. It's an opportunity to have true sincerity and credibility on the environment. Accessibility, for example, should always come first. This is a strength of net zero. It gives us an incentive to reduce emissions as far as possible, but acknowledges that it isn't always possible to eliminate emissions and allows for offsetting. Decarbonisation does not mean we have to stop doing what we do best. In most cases, actually, we simply just need to do what we already should be doing. Take action days, for example. The easiest way to decarbonise your action day is to make sure it's on a public transport route, something that we should all already be doing to ensure the maximum possible attendance by activists. The main concern, however, relate to good old leaflets, and no, I'm not trying to stop them. We can instead make some simple changes, such as using recycled and FSC certified paper, and using printers such as SoloPress, which allow carbon offsetted printing. There is, of course, the matter of our conferences and their impact, but I believe it's possible to make a climate-friendly in-person conference and trust FCC to have some creative ideas. Conference, I'm of course aware this all comes at a cost, but I'm certain that even just among the members present here, there'll be members willing to donate to a green fundraiser to pay the costs. But that's exactly why we must vote for the amendment today. Net zero is not something we have the luxury of choice on. It will happen to us if we don't make it happen first. That's why we must make the first move, so we can move towards net zero at our own pace without causing immense damage to the party. The earlier we start, the more smooth the transition and the larger the electoral benefit. So conference, I implore you today, make that first move, show climate leadership and do the right thing. Vote to call on our federal board to expedite our move to net zero, back Amendment 4.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Could I please ask Sam Cumber to stand by? And I now call Richard Flowers from Tower Hamlets, who is speaking against the motion and against lines 31 to 39. Richard.
Hello, conference. Who could want to speak against this motion? Who wouldn't want to get rid of this terrible Tory government, this kakistocracy, this shower of having its cake and eating it? But this is about how we do that, not whether we want to do that. So we have to make choices: campaigning or training, target voters or diversity. That's what strategy is about. And the section I'd like to address, lines 31 to 39, is in danger of trying to have its cake and eat it too. Do we want to maintain a rigorous focus or try to win everywhere? Are we adopting a strategy where we pin all our hopes and put all our resources into winning only parliamentary seats, only the top 20 or so, including the 12 we now hold? I want to say why I don't think that's a good idea. We cannot have nothing to say to 600 constituencies. Even if we win all 20 of those seats, even if we win 30 or dare to dream 40, for so long as the SNP remain preeminent in Scotland, we are still, at best, the fourth party in Parliament, with all the problems of lack of recognition to the point of invisibility that comes with it. But worse, if we only focus on those 20 to 30, if we are seen to abandon everywhere else, then we will tank across the country and we won't win in the targets anyway. Those target seats need us to be registering a certain minimum level in the polls if people are to treat our famous winning here slogans as credible. Now, there can be a virtuous circle here. We've seen since the triumphant win in Chesham and Amersham that our poll rating has ticked up. We are getting more in double digits now. There's a clear gap between us and the Greens. But what happens when that boost goes down? Conference, I'm sorry to be Mr. Bad News when I say the road back is a long and hard one. We have to grow our membership and support in every region and nation. We have to rebuild our local government base and show again that it is Lib Dem councils up and down the country where they make a real difference for better outcomes, for health, for care, education and the environment. We have to give everyone a chance to vote for a Liberal Democrat and a reason for them to do so. But I can be optimistic too. The country desperately needs a Liberal voice. Britain is trapped between two backward-looking parties, English nationalist Tories and a paralysed Labour, both parties of the status quo. Liberal Democrats can and must be the party of freedom, fairness and the future. Let's make that our strategy for the whole country, not just 20 seats, and support all 4 amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Could I please ask Sheila Ritchie to stand by and I now call Sam Cumber from Sutton, who is Chair of London Young Liberals and is speaking for Amendment 3. Sam.
Thank you very much, Conference. I draw your attention to Amendment 3, and this will be the focus of my speech. This amendment assures us that there'll be a Liberal Democrat candidate in every seat in Great Britain except for the Speaker's seat. This is important because voters deserve a choice in their constituency elections, a choice to elect a member of Parliament who holds liberal and international values that we stand for as a party. By not standing a Liberal Democrat candidate, voters won't have that choice, and that should not be allowed to happen. Furthermore, standing down will only lower our profile and give the impression that we've given up. Labour are never going to stand down for us in any seat, so why should we stand down for them? I hear, of course, that we should stand down for Labour in seats that are best positioned to win for them and that we don't stand a chance. But that's not an excuse to stand down. We can't just assume that our voter's second preference is the Labour Party. Some could even vote Tory. We have a distinct set of values from that of Labour. The party in the 2019 general election agreed to the Unite to Remain Pact, which Simon spoke about, in a small number of seats where our candidates stood down, and that we'd endorse Greens or Plaid Cymru and vice versa. This was a waste of time, didn't work. Well, it saved us £500 on the deposit, but it was just an absolute shambles. I hear often that Liberal Democrats should enter into a so-called progressive alliance with Labour, Greens, SNP, Plaid Cymru in order to defeat the Tories. Firstly, as I mentioned earlier in my speech, Labour will not stand down in any seat as it's in their constitution that they have to stand in every seat in an election. Second of all, the SNP and Plaid Cymru are nationalist parties who say they're progressive, but certainly not, especially when it comes to the SNP and transphobia that's rampant in their party. And I'm aghast to see on social media calling for us, a liberal internationalist party, to stand down for nationalist and regressive parties. A progressive alliance would mean that we'd have to dictate to voters who they vote for. Voters don't want to be told who to vote for. They should be given a wide range of candidates and be able to make informed choices themselves. We saw in the Cheshire and Amersham by-election that the Labour vote was squeezed down to about 1.6%. And that was thanks to part of our campaigning efforts to squeeze that Labour vote, and voters knew who was best to defeat the Conservatives, and we got an 8,000 vote majority out of there. And then in Batley and Spen 2 weeks later, we were targeting soft Conservative voters to sway them away from the Conservatives, and that led to a Labour win, albeit very narrow. What these by-elections prove is that voters are well informed on which party is best to stopping the Conservatives from winning, and that standing down is totally unnecessary. If we were to have stood down in Batley and Spen, there would have been a good chance that the Conservatives could have won. We can't assume that our vote...
Thank you, and please draw your marks to a close.
Please vote for Amendment 3, and standing in every constituency is important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Peter Dunphy to stand by? And I now call Sheila Ritchie, who is convener of the Scottish Liberal Democrats, and she's speaking for the motion and for Amendment 1.
Conference, good morning. So this is strategy. It's high level. It might be a bit dull, but it is vitally important in our setting of priorities. I go to a lot of meetings, and I go into every meeting looking for resources to be used on campaigning, membership support, and getting diversity right in every single thing we do, plus Scotland. It may shock you to know that I don't always win. This strategy, effectively this enabling motion, gives us campaigners the tools we need to lever those resources where we think they should be used. I was a lawyer, so I'm approaching this in a technical sort of way. My passion goes into vision and values. My frustration derives from how badly we apply resources to achieving those visions and those values. We're in a tough place. It's not as bad as it was, but I feel like we're not even at base camp en route to the summit. Dorothy Thornhill was thorough, and she was politely excoriating in what she said about our last effort. This strategy is the result. And hate it as I do to speak against my friend Richard Flowers, I think to suggest that we can target 650 constituencies is bonkers. It's also bonkers to suggest that by targeting however many we decide to target, we will not be talking to the other constituencies. Of course we will. We have a broad base of campaigners across the entire country, and part of the campaigning priority has to be to put effort, resource, and emotion into what we do at local government level. So please be in no doubt, we have an enormous issue stopping narrow nationalism in Scotland and in Wales. But let's face it, you've also got that issue in England. I'd like a quick word on Amendment 1. We are utterly failing on Alderdice, on diversity and inclusion. A few people try really hard. A lot of people absolutely believe in what we say, but do very, very little to implement it. We need to have the inclusion of minority ethnic people run like a seamless web through every single thing we do. Diversity is about including everyone. We are, again, let's face it, a white, middle-class, male party. We have to change that. The biggest demographic we fail to engage with is those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. We need to change that. The strategy takes that into account, but in Amendment 1 is where we must start. John Alderdice told us to get on with it. Dorothy said we had failed. We must get on with it. And finally, do not.
Thank you very much for that, Sheila. Can I please ask Amna Ahmed to stand by? And I now call Peter Dunphy from Brighton and Hove, who will be speaking against Amendment 3.
Thank you very much, Conference. I'm delighted to be speaking at my 34th consecutive autumn conference. and not on the membership subscription levy motion. The relevance of that comment about being at 34 conferences is I was at the conferences that adopted our constitution originally, and it was very clear that what we wanted our party to be was a cohesive single party, taking full into account the federal nature of the party and the increasing role of state parties, which has become more and more important as devolution has taken place. At the moment, the selection of parliamentary candidates is ultimately up to the responsibility of state parties. We are not a confederation of independent, autonomous local associations. If the movers of this motion, this Amendment 3, which I'm speaking against, if they want us to be a confederation of local associations, then they should be making a constitutional amendment to that effect, requiring a 2/3 majority. But even if that's what you want, this motion, the Amendment 3, I should say, which I'm opposing, refers to local members. What do you mean by local members? It doesn't refer to local parties. It doesn't refer to members in particular constituencies. The ambiguity of this could lead to a veto being offered to small numbers of members in individual constituencies that would have stopped sensible arrangements in by-elections, such as the Richmond by-election, where Sarah Olney originally got elected, not standing in the David Davies ID card by-election in 2008, or the Martin Bell by-election in Tatton. And sometimes the memberships in individual constituencies are very small. I was the party's by-election candidate in 1994 in Dagenham. I'm pleased to say that I got 75% of the local members adopted me as the candidate. All 3 of them turned up to the adoption meeting. So are we really saying that individual constituency parties can veto an overall strategy decided by a federal or state party? I urge you to oppose Amendment 3 to stop this happening. If a very sensible proposal came, for instance, from the Green Party to not stand in our top 30 target seats in return for us not standing in 1 or 2 seats where we have no chance whatsoever, are we really going to say, sorry, we absolutely cannot do this, and be like the Labour Party and say, never, never, because our rules adopted say that? Do we want Green Party candidates in Daisy's, Wimbledon, Winchester and Carshalton? Because in Carshalton last time round, the Green candidate probably cost us the seat. And in Wimbledon and Winchester next time round, a Green Party candidate intervening where they didn't stand last time could stop us. It's taking us backwards from 2019, not forward.
Please draw your remarks to a close.
Cheltenham, Richmond, Bath and elsewhere where we did not have Green candidates last time. Oppose Amendment 3.
Thank you very much, Peter. Can I please ask Prue Bray to stand by? And I call Amna Ahmed from Sutton.
Hi, conference. I'm asking you to support Amendment 2, and I'd also like to make some comments on Amendment 1, which I'm very supportive of. This whole piece is so critical to our success. I have been a candidate on numerous occasions, and I've been a volunteer for the party since I was 15. Volunteers are absolutely the lifeblood of our party, and candidates are the volunteers of whom we often ask the most. We ask them to stand up. We ask them to often take abuse on social media. We ask them to do, as Josh said earlier, so much more than what is actually in the manifesto. We ask them to do so much. And so this amendment creates a system where we are providing structured support to these critical and key volunteers. In the Liberal Democrats, I'm very well aware, with many of my friends who I hope will support this amendment today, that no one gets anywhere alone. And this amendment ensures that candidates get the support from the teams who are already often trying very, very hard, but maybe don't have the resources. We need the Central Party HQ to make sure that they are supporting candidates at this most senior level. And so I urge you to support Amendment 2. I have been a member of the party since I was inspired by Charles Kennedy's stand against the Iraq War, and I continue to be inspired by the work we do today. But the work that we do today must live up to the values and expectations of the country that we live in and that we are hoping and working to improve. Our candidates are critical to that success, but also the diversity of those candidates across backgrounds, age, race, gender is vital. Our success depends on our party supporting candidates, supporting diverse candidates, and ensuring that we support the country that we want to see. We need to look like that country. And we don't just need to look like it at the candidate level. We need to look like it and support those candidates across the party. That's why I urge you to support Amendment 2, to support candidates. And I actually believe Amendment 1 and Amendment 2 sit hand in hand. So I urge you to support both. These are critical to our success. Support candidates and support diverse candidates. We always do our best, conference, but we must do better, and the party HQ must support local parties to do better. We must have accountability to support our candidates and our diverse candidates. Supporting these amendments will ensure that we have that accountability and that we can come back and ask questions about it in the future. Without it, this motion falls by the wayside because we do not have a full and thought out strategy. Please support Amendment 1, Amendment 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amna. And it seems that your dog in the background was also supportive. After Prue Bray, we're going to go on to the reference back. So now I call Prue Bray from Wokingham, who is Vice Chair of the Lib Dems in England, who's speaking for Amendment 3. Prue.
Thank you. I want to get rid of this government, not because it's conservative, but because it's dreadful. And it's dreadful because it isn't liberal in its policies, its values, or behaviour. I want a liberal government, or at least one that we can exert the maximum liberal influence on. And the only way to get that is to get more Lib Dems elected. Labour aren't liberal, nor are the Greens, the SNP, or Plaid. It's us or nothing. We won't get more Lib Dems elected if we don't stand, however tempting a pre-election pact might look. Unite to Remain looked tempting. It didn't deliver anything. When the battle is over, when the votes are counted, that's the time to make pacts to further the progressive cause. And that's why I strongly support Amendment 3. Now, there are people who don't agree. That's fine. I don't mind challenge. What I mind is people who tell me I am wrong without producing any supporting facts and then go off and do whatever they want, even if it's completely against the interests of the party. And that takes me to the other half of what I want to say. We won't get anywhere with any strategy if we don't work together. So can we all please compromise, build on the views we have in common, not widen the wounds of division? Recognise that requiring 100% allegiance on everything would soon reduce the party's membership to zero, but also that tolerance of illiberal views should only go so far. Accept stuff. Accept that everyone has a right to be who they are. Accept that people make genuine mistakes. And accept that properly made decisions should be abided by, not repeatedly challenged to get your own way. Show kindness and respect. Treat people decently. Trust and be trustworthy. Being sceptical of authority is in our DNA, and if you have been burnt once, it's hard to risk trusting again. But we should be able to rely on one another. Aren't we all on the same side? In other words, talking about our values is not enough. We have to live them. We don't just need to tell people what we stand for, we need to show them. And that's down to each and every one of us. And if we don't do it, this strategy will not be successful. And it includes me, and it includes all of you. Thank you. Please vote for all the amendments and for the motion as a whole.
Thank you very much, Prue. So we now come on to the reference back. A reference back, if you haven't been with us for a reference back, is where the motion is referred back to the people who prepared it, proposed it, for them to work on it again to bring it to a future conference. What we will have is I will read out a statement submitted by the person who's requested the reference back. We will then have a vote whether to hold a mini debate on this. And this will be an opportunity for the person requesting the reference back to state the reasons they've done that and for someone to oppose it. So I will read the statement and we will then go to the vote, which you can find in the polls tab on the right-hand side of your screen or in the bottom right if you're using a mobile phone for this. I'll read the statement. This motion calls for a strategy and a narrative, but is neither. It sets obvious aims, but fails to show how to reach them. No discussion of working with other parties, nor which demographics and policies matter. It just says work better and win. It's not wrong, but it's not a strategy. Don't vote against it, refer it back and ask the board to try again. That is the statement, and we will open the voting now if you want to hear a mini debate on this, or if you want to return to the debate. Thank you. Thank you very much, conference. Okay, the votes have been cast for a mini debate, 177 against 216. That means we will not be moving on with the reference back request and will be returning to the main debate. Therefore, could I please ask Jeremy Hargreaves to stand by, and I now call Oliver Jones-Lyons to summate on behalf of Amendment 3. Oliver. That's not Oliver Jones-Lyons. That's David Grace. He's not speaking. My mic is live. Guys, you've got the wrong speaker, and my mic is live. Thank you. Do we have Oliver Jones-Lyons to summate on Amendment 3?
Yeah.
We do, fantastic. Oliver, over to you.
Conference, hello. Oh, has it gone back again? Am I audible? Oh, I'm audible again, bro. Conference, hello again. I wasn't expecting to originally be speaking in the summation, but Callum Robinson was unable to join us, but I would like to thank him for his work nevertheless. I would also like to thank people who've spoken in this brilliant debate, especially Richard Flowers, Sam Cumber, Prue Bray, and of course Simon for bringing this amendment. These are all people who play pivotal roles in the party, from the English Party, to LDC, to the Young Liberals. These are all people I would encourage you to put great weighting on the words of. As for the points raised by Peter, I would note that selection, whilst administered by state parties, is voted on by local members. So why is it so objectionable that we might say that local members should also get to have their say on if they actually stand a seat or not? I'm quite curious also as to why you find the word local members so confusing. Local members, of course, make up the local parties in these constituencies. If the best argument Peter has is that it should be a constitutional amendment, then I have to say I doubt this is a winning argument. And as for his suggested pact with the Greens, if his deal is as simple and as popular as he suggested, then surely the 2 seats that he's suggesting would back said deal. There's a number of reasons to oppose progressive alliances, and I don't really want to take up too much time, but the clearest one is the data doesn't back it up. There's been numerous studies that have shown the Unite to Remain pact made no difference. And fundamentally for us, in self-interest, our only new gain in 2019 was Daisy Cooper. So it doesn't work. And also, we're very different, Labour and the Greens. Labour has had problems with anti-Semitism, and of course they are ultimately socialists, not Labour, not socialists, not liberals. And also we have all this prominent transphobia in the Green Party that they're fighting over currently. We don't have that problem. We are very proudly in favour of LGBT plus rights. And also, why did we join this party? Why did you join this party? Did you join this party because you wanted to back other parties? No, you joined it because you wanted to see Liberal Democrats win. That's why we're here. That's why we go out door knocking. That's why we go leafleting. That's why we were phone banking during the lockdown. It's things like this that bring us all together. What I would also say is, have we already forgotten Cheshire and Amersham? Have we already forgotten that tactical voting by members of the public is already well and truly there? They know how to tactically vote. They know what they're doing. We need to trust the voters that if they don't want a Conservative government, they know who to vote for in their constituencies to make sure it doesn't happen. So, conference, we're not just anti-Tory, we are pro-Lib Dem. I should hope this is really uncontroversial. And this amendment will give every member of the public, hopefully, the chance to vote Lib Dem. So please, back Amendment 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oliver, and apologies to everyone for the slight technical shenanigans we've been having. We're going to come on to Jeremy Hargreaves next to summate on the motion. Just to explain, as we had no speakers against Amendments 1, 2 and 4, I'll not be calling the summators of those amendments. So over to Jeremy Hargreaves, who is Vice Chair of the Federal Board. Jeremy.
Thank you. Conference, our constitution gives conference the responsibility of debating our party's strategy, and this has been a really excellent debate with lots of very interesting contributions. This motion sets out at a high level what it is we're trying to do and the key things we're prioritising and how we'll achieve that. It makes a number of choices about things we'll do. It actually makes removing the Conservatives from government a priority, our priority. This wasn't our directing priority in 2019 or other recent elections, but some other priorities were. This makes that choice for us as a party. It makes a decision and a choice to prioritise elections at all levels, not just Westminster, including a supporting role in relation to the Scottish and the Welsh Party. And it makes a number of things high priorities, for example, the importance of data, racial diversity, and members' experience, high priorities, which hasn't always been the case in the past. Now, Richard Flowers made a very interesting speech against Section 2 of the motion, making the point that it's very difficult and that arguing that the motion hasn't chosen between whether it's targeting target seats or the whole country. And I think he's obviously right that those are twin aims and we need to pursue both. What's important is that we are conscious of those two different audiences, and that section and this motion sets out that we will have an eye to what will win us seats, target seats in a first past the post system, but also to what is necessary to support the party across the whole country. What's important is that we do that, and I can tell you that at the policy committee we do think about those two audiences, often literally in two columns, about how those plays with those two audiences. There are 4 amendments this morning. The first amendment is about embedding further the importance of the racial diversity as a priority, and the Federal Board is very happy to support that. There have been a number of speeches this morning in favour of that from Roderick Lynch, Amna and her dog, and from Sheila Ritchie. The second amendment is about the importance of having a candidates programme, which is really strong and effective. And Josh Babarinde and Amna have spoken powerfully in favour of that. The third amendment on whose decision it is to stand down in a local seat, Simon McGrath, Sam Cumber, Prue Bray and Oliver Jones-Lyon have argued for that, making the case that we should always stand in every seat, the importance of flying the flag, and that we mustn't seek to decide for voters. Peter Dunphy's spoken against that, making the point that we're also a national party and we need to look at the whole UK picture in the context of a first-past-the-post electoral system. And the Fourth Amendment is about making sure we practice what we preach on some of the values espoused in the motion. I hope you feel that this motion sets out our party strategy, which we can follow, makes those choices, the right choices, to set the basis, the strategy, the framework for the party, within which we can do some of the more interesting messaging stuff, which we're going to be talking about in the next motion. Please vote for the motion and for the First Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Okay, so we're going to move on to a series of 5 votes now. The first for Amendment 1, the second for Amendment 2, the third for Amendment 3, the fourth for Amendment 4, and then finally the vote on the motion as amended or unamended. You can find the voting, as per usual, in the Polls tab on the right-hand side of your hop-in screen, or the bottom right if you're using a mobile phone. We're going to open the voting in Amendment 1 now, so please go ahead and vote. Thank you very much for that, Conference. The votes are in for Amendment 1, and the votes are 423 votes to 26 against, so Amendment 1 has passed. We now move on to Amendment 2. The voting will be opened in the Polls tab, so please go ahead and vote. Thank you very much, Conference. And the votes are in for Amendment 2. And you'll be able to see the result shortly. 442 for Amendment 2 and 23 against. And that amendment has passed. We now come on to the voting for Amendment 3. So back into the polls tab, and you can vote on Amendment 3 now. Thank you very much for that conference. I can announce the figures for Amendment 3 are 276 votes in favour and 212 votes against, which means Amendment 3 has passed as well. We now come on to Amendment 4. Please go to the polls tab to place your votes on Amendment 4 now. Thank you very much for that conference. The results of the vote on Amendment 4 are as follows. In favour, 391, against 45. So Amendment 4 has passed. We'll now come on to the vote on the motion as amended by all 4 amendments. You'll find that back in the polls tab, so please pop into the polls tab and place your vote. Thank you. Thank you very much for that conference, and the votes are in for the motion as amended, and I can announce the results, which you'll be able to see just over here. For the motion, 424, against the motion, 47. That means the party strategy motion as amended by all 4 amendments has passed. I'd like to take this moment to thank all of the speakers who contributed, and I also apologise to all of the speakers I was not able to call. We had a very large number of cards for this debate, and unfortunately we cannot always call everyone. But I'd like to thank everyone for their contribution. I'd also like to thank my aides, John Ball and Cara Jenkinson. And next we move on to F24, a fairer, greener, more caring society, which is chaired by Chris Adams. Thank you.
Hello, conference, and welcome back. We're now on the debate for F24, which is a fairer, greener, more caring society, or also known as the theme's policy paper, which you'll find on page 68 of the agenda. There are 3 amendments, which you can find on pages 71A and 71B. I now ask Michael Berwick-Gooding to please stand by to propose Amendment 1, and I call Jeremy Hargreaves, Vice Chair of the Federal Policy Committee, to move the motion as a whole. Jeremy.
Hello, conference. Yes, it's me again. And it's not an accident that I'm speaking on this motion too, because these 3 motions this morning are a conscious effort by the party's federal committees to collaborate to set out a consistent view of the most important parts of the Liberal Democrats' plans. F22 from FPC belongs first. It sets out our party's core values, why we exist and what it is we're trying to do in the world. F23 from the Federal Board is the level down from that and sets out how it is we plan to go about achieving our vision. It's our party's strategy. And this motion, F24, again from FPC, sets out our key current themes and policy commitments as a party. In them, we're trying to bring you a consistent view of the party's plans from FPC and the Federal Board, something that hasn't always been the case in the past. Now, if you're like me, you probably don't go very long without a voter saying to you, but I'm just not sure what actually the Liberal Democrats stand for. And don't tell anyone, but you even hear the odd party member say it. Well, alongside the earlier motion on our values, this motion is our answer. And I hope it's one you can use and take out there to help people understand what we're for. This dreadful Conservative government is failing Britain. In the first phase of the pandemic, we had one of the highest fatality rates in the world. And after a good moment being quick off the blocks in starting vaccinations, many countries have now overtaken us to protect many more of their citizens. That was this government's response to a crisis that was thrust upon them. But look at the things they're choosing to do. Well, I don't think I need to persuade you that the Brexit they have chosen is not good for Britain. They've taken a, let's be clear, inhumane approach to refugees seeking to come to this country. This month, they're cutting welfare support for millions. And public services are as much in need of the resources to do their job as they are of wise leadership. And I think it tells us everything we need to know, that even when it looks like they're trying to do the right thing, like putting more money into the NHS and social care, they do it in a way which takes income from the poorest to protect the wealthy. The wrong way round government seems to sum them up. Fundamentally, their vision is of a Britain which is more divided and more unfair. And even more, they don't care how they go about doing it and how many rules they break, whether that's giving jobs or contracts just to people they know, or giving themselves powers to circumvent Parliament in a way that no government ever should. This is a government which is openly advocating breaking an international treaty that it itself negotiated. Now, there are parts of the political landscape that don't seem to care about any of this. So let me be clear. Liberal Democrats do not believe that a government which prioritises the richest over the poorest, which doesn't really mind what a policy actually does as long as it gets them a good headline in the Telegraph, which talks about tackling the climate crisis while cutting the necessary budgets, which makes an agreement one minute and disowns it the next. The Liberal Democrats do not believe this is a government which deserves to stay in office, or actually one which reflects the way that the people in this country run their own lives, let alone the way they want a government to. So the good news is voters agree with us. Just look at the estimable citizens of the rock-solid Conservative seat of Chesham and Amersham, who rejected in such decisive form an untrustworthy government led by a dishonest charlatan. Whether in the blue wall or the red wall, people may not have liked the alternatives in 2019, but they do not want to live in a country run by a government committed to unfairness and dishonesty. A wrong way round government. So what then is the Liberal Democrat plan? This motion sets out its core elements. It doesn't set out every detail of our every policy commitment. I've got a 200-page manifesto for you if you want one of those. But it does set out key things we want to do in a way which communicates our overall approach. We want to make Britain fairer, a country where everyone contributes their fair share and everyone has a decent income and a secure home, supported by things like a strong welfare safety net, including keeping the £1,000 a year increase. We want to make Britain a more caring society, where we actually provide greater support to people who devote their lives to looking after others, and raise money for essential services like the NHS through tax rises which are fair rather than unfair. We'll take actual real action to tackle the climate emergency through, uniquely for any party, a range of specific, costed and viable plans, which we spent a lot of time talking about this week, especially yesterday morning. We will stand up for the rights of individuals, whoever they are, for diversity and inclusion through a wide range of measures, from making misogyny a hate crime to abolishing the appalling hostile environment and protecting people's legal rights. We'll build a modern and effective state and a political system which, can you believe it, actually reflects how people vote, and not least through a comprehensive approach to bringing power back closer to people in the way we agreed for England earlier this morning. We'll make Britain a much better place to start or run a small business through a range of financial and non-financial support. We'll invest in education, both at school age and lifelong. And we will be a strong, responsible and dependable international partner for peace and prosperity, starting with reversing cuts to development aid and working constructively with others for a peaceful and prosperous international order. These are the core things the Liberal Democrats stand for in 2021. I hope you support them and will be able to go out and communicate them to friends, voters, and, yes, other members of your local party. If you want a longer version with some more detail, do take a look at the paper supporting this motion. And from FPC's perspective, I can tell you that these political priorities form the backbone of our own work, further developing policies to take to voters in the run-up to and at the next general election. 3 amendments have been submitted to this motion, which are very much in line with our approach, and we're happy with all of them. Thank you to all those who've submitted, and we'll propose them for enhancing our position further. This motion, Conference, sets out what Liberal Democrats stand for. I hope you'll vote for it, and more importantly, go out and campaign for it to give Britain a government it deserves.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I now ask Natasha Chapman to please stand by to propose Amendments 2 and 3 together, and I now call Michael Berwick-Gooding to propose Amendment 1. Michael.
Hello, Conference. Hopefully, no one will view 3 parts of this amendment as contentious. When the £20 uplift for universal credit was introduced, it was stated that about half of claimants were on universal credit and half still on the legacy benefits. It will cost about the same to extend the uplift to those on the legacy benefits as it did to implement it for those on universal credit. I expect most people on the legacy benefits would like to remain on them because of the well-known issues there are with universal credit, such as the 5-week waiting time before the benefit arrives and that all communication is done on the internet. Lots of people have to have an advance before their first universal credit payment arrives. This means that then they receive a reduced amount of universal credit, which is impossible to live on. About 1.5 million households have no internet connection, and these are the poorest in society. Jobs guarantees are an alternative to full employment, where the government employs people, most likely if they have been unemployed for a certain amount of time. The person who has a jobs guarantee receives more money than if working. The jobs should ensure people retain their existing skills or develop new ones which are in short supply. Earlier this year at our spring conference, we agreed that we would provide jobs guarantees for unemployed disabled people. Policy paper 143 on page 6 develops further the policy of jobs guarantees by stating that we'll introduce a green jobs guarantee offering well-paid green job to anyone who wants one. This should be part of both our economic policy and our environmental policy, and part 2 of this amendment gives this policy the prominence it deserves. Existing policy on skills wallets would provide £4,000 to people when they turn 25, £3,000 when they turn 40, and a further £3,000 when they turn 55 to be spent on education and training. This is because we see the world of work changing rapidly, so people will need to continually develop new skills. Only a minority of people will find themselves unemployed and needed to retrain right now, rather than being able to plan it around the times when the government pays money into their skills wallet. To enable the unemployed to use the funds of their skills wallet as those who have not been unemployed, these funds need to be protected from being used for retraining when a person is unemployed. This is fair and means that both groups are treated equally. Therefore, the training needed when unemployed has to be free and not funded from a person's skills wallet. This can be provided via a training guarantee scheme as set out in the policy paper. Please vote for all three parts of the amendment. Amendment 1, because extending the £20 uplift treats those on legacy benefits in the same way as those on universal credit. A Greens jobs guarantee links our environmental policies with our economic policies to assist people who are unemployed. A training guarantee scheme ensures that those who become unemployed still have the benefits of skills wallet to spend on dealing with the changing role of employment as those who haven't been made unemployed. Please vote for Amendment 1.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Michael. I now ask Noah Wilkinson to please stand by, and I call Natasha Chapman to move Amendments 2 and 3. Natasha.
Hello, Conference. I'm going to try to be brief as I have two slightly different amendments to this motion to propose. You should be able to see the details of these amendments on the conference agenda. We applaud this paper for laying out, as the mover of the motion said, what we are for. Both of these amendments seek to add to that by drawing attention to two further policy areas that strongly reflect our core beliefs. Amendment 2 adds lines highlighting universal basic income as a means to empower people and to give them security. Supporting UBI is already Lib Dem policy. We believe it has broad implications across policy areas, so needs emphasising if we're to put a credible joined-up offer to the electorate at the next election. It's also a distinctively Liberal policy that sets us apart from anything the Conservative Party or the Labour Party have to offer, and therefore must be a major part of our policy platform, with our members properly equipped to go out and campaign on it. Amendment 3 reaffirms our Liberal principles of internationalism and fighting for equality for the LGBT community. This should be a no-brainer, as we've always led on these issues, and I hope that we always will. These centre LGBT rights, which are under threat both at home and abroad. This amendment makes reference to a range of LGBT issues that are already excellent Liberal Democrat policies and campaigns, and simply highlights them in this themes paper, as they form firmly in the category of making society both fairer and more caring. Conference, please support both of these amendments and also Amendment 1.
Thank you very much, Natasha. I now ask Pippa Halings to please stand by, and I call Noah Wilkinson to speak in favour of the motion. Noah.
Hello, Conference. I'm Noah Wilkinson.
Wait. You'll tell you when to start. Right. There you go.
Hello, Conference. I'm Noah Wilkinson. I'm 12 years old, and this is my first conference. I am speaking in favour of the motion as a whole, and specifically about lines 103 to 105. It is vital to find a way to support young people's education and help them recover from the impacts of the pandemic. COVID-19 has hugely affected schools during the last year and a half. As a Year 8 student, I have personally experienced the effect of COVID-19 on my education. It started with the first lockdown. This was a sudden shock to all students, teachers and parents. The schools had very little time to prepare, as it went from normal school with extra hand washing to a full lockdown. Once we were in lockdown, the schools were affected massively. The teachers ended up making random lessons not following their original plan. I had to spend half my school time watching documentaries, as the school did not have enough lessons set. While I found it difficult, some students were affected even more than me. While I was watching documentaries, some students were playing video games. Some people didn't have access to computers. This meant they had to get computers from school, share a single computer between multiple people, or work on a phone. Some people also didn't have parents at home to support them. Once we were out of the first lockdown, the schools still had many limits. As I was now in secondary school, I had to wear a mask during school. That was not the only thing. We had to be in one class in whatever lesson we were doing. We also had to stay apart from other year groups. If one person in a whole year tested positive, we all had to self-isolate. That meant that we were self-isolating for nearly half the term. Then, after Christmas, we all had to go into lockdown again. Although this time we were more prepared, it was still not perfect. Many of my lessons were not in live meetings, and the work set was not enough to fill the whole time. After that lockdown, we went back to school for a short time. That brings us to now. After all that disruption, young people's education has been affected massively. Altogether, we have lost a year's worth of education. It is vital that we compensate for all the learning that we have lost. We cannot just go back to normal school life after what everybody has been through. We need a new plan, and we need it now. That is why I beg you to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noah. And as I'm sure conference could tell, Noah was a first-time speaker, and what a first speech it was. Absolutely fantastic. I would not have been able to do that at 12 years old myself. I now ask Fraser Graham to please stand by, and I call Pippa Halings to speak in favour of the motion. Pippa.
Conference, we are the party that can deliver a fairer, greener and more caring society. So it's so important to put the flesh on the bones of that strapline with substantive policies that demonstrate what we mean and how this differentiates us from other parties. And that's what this motion does. I was parliamentary candidate in the general election in 2019 for South East Cambs. And in my campaign, I saw how the electorate, in what was previously a safe Tory seat, swung towards our liberal values. And on the doorstep, it was not just about Brexit. It was about our plans to properly fund the NHS with a ring-fenced 1 pence on income tax. And it was about our green and climate leadership. At South Cambs District Council, we're driving urgent action to tackle the climate emergency. So our commitment now to the costed 150 billion Green Economic Recovery Programme with the amendment on guaranteed green jobs is powerful. And I've always been supportive of our radical policy on universal basic income to both empower people and give them security. So I support the amendments. As a former teacher, I know full well that early years support and free school meals are critical to attainment later in life. And we are the party that will show what world-class education can achieve, letting teachers focus on what they're good at, teaching, and increasing funding and support for children with special education needs and disabilities. Right now, I'm speaking to you from my mum's home in Yorkshire as one of the many unpaid carers of loved elderly ones struggling with a broken social care system. 2 in 3 non-professional carers suffer from mental health conditions, and we will tackle that with a proper joined-up health and social care system. Finally, as a business owner myself, I'm a firm believer in the power of small businesses as the engine of prosperity across our country. We need to help SMEs face the challenges of the 21st century by investing in upskilling and skill transfer for the green industrial revolution that will create tens of thousands of jobs. So please make us compelling on the doorstep, bring those voters to us and vote for this motion. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Pippa. I now ask Catherine Santos to please stand by, and I call Fraser Graham to speak for Amendment 3. Fraser.
Conference. Earlier, I spoke strongly on what our values and principles should be, and I was heartened to see such a huge majority embrace that wholeheartedly. This motion and paper seem to me to take those principles and values and push them forward as a vision for a fairer, greener, and more caring society. And I commend the motion to you in its entirety, as well as all of the amendments. I'm speaking now in favour of Amendment 3. This paper is a mini manifesto, building on our 2019 manifesto, in which we had clear and well-received policies on LGBT+ rights. Let's make sure we continue to keep these policies as a clear part of our agenda going forward. We have already voted to ban conversion therapy just at this conference, and we already have clear party policies on improving inclusive education and strengthening trans rights. Adding these to this vision will strengthen it and make clear our commitment to protecting equality and human rights. Around the world, LGBT+ rights are at risk. In many countries, Same-sex intercourse is still punishable by imprisonment or death. And in other countries, there is still a situation of the LGBT plus community having to exist without being seen or heard for fear of violent reprisals or criminalization. One such example is Chechnya, where authorities have orchestrated lethal purges of men perceived to be gay or bisexual. According to figures from Trans Respect, between 2008 and September 2020, there have been 3,664 trans and gender diverse individuals worldwide who have been murdered simply for trying to exist. And that does not include those for whom records weren't given or those who were driven to take their own life. And yet our country is still actively deporting individuals to places where they will face the threat of prison or death for their sexual orientation or gender identity. The Home Office, led by Priti Patel, is complicit in the dehumanization and endangering of so many members of the LGBT plus community. And we need to be clear in fighting against that. Around the world and in the UK, LGBT plus rights are under attack. A false culture war on the issue of trans rights is the thin edge of a wedge attempting to roll back LGBT rights more broadly. We need to be clear and withstand these attacks on our hard-won freedoms and stand up for the LGBT plus community. We are a party whose leader is very proud of the part he played in abolishing Section 28, a party whose time in government included the introduction of same-sex marriage. We have a proud history of championing LGBT plus rights. We need to be bold and clear on our commitment to the LGBT plus community and ensure they aren't left out of our vision for a liberal future. We have been the party of the LGBT plus rights in the past. Let's continue to do so in the future. Please vote for Amendment 3 and vote for the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Fraser. Can I ask Lee Darg to please stand by, and I call Catherine Santos to speak in favour of lines 81 to 86 of the motion. Catherine.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to speak in favour of lines 81 to 86, which relate to democracy and proportional representation. Many Liberal Democrats are already in favour of introducing proportional representation, but for those who are new to Liberal Democrats or are not yet sure, I wanted to highlight why this issue is so important. We currently have a Conservative government which has a majority of seats, even though they only achieved 44% of votes. And for us as a party to implement the changes to create a fairer, greener, and more caring society, it's crucial that seats in Parliament match the votes that are received by each party. I'm originally from Denmark, and I've seen how parties can work together collaboratively to solve the problems of society. And Denmark is by no means a perfect society, and there are many problems still left to solve. But proportional representation has incentivized politicians to continue working on improving society, or they will not be voted back in. And so in my view, the UK would be much better placed to resolving our issues if politicians are also here incentivized to work together and all views are represented. So if you would like to help giving this issue the attention it so badly needs, I hope you'll consider emailing your local constituency MP to tell them why this issue is so important. You can also join the cross-party campaign for electoral reform by joining Liberal Democrats for Electoral Reform. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Catherine, and thank you for being so brief in your remarks. Can I ask Paul Chandler to please stand by? And I now call Lee Darg, who's speaking in favour of lines 48 to 53 of the motion. Lee.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Conference. Again, an excellent range of speakers. Not only have we seen young Liberals lead much of this conference, we've now all been upstaged by Noah, who's just 12. So we've got a very bright future indeed. Thank you to Jeremy and Lucy and all the working group for putting this really important paper together. And as Jeremy said, this really sets out the detail of the strategy that we want to implement, not just to win, but to win to pass Liberal policies in local and national government. I'm going to speak particularly on two areas, social care and, unsurprisingly, mental health. So on social care, we really need our own policy as a party. We have got our flagship of 1 penny on income tax, but we are aware that we're attacking the government for their tax rise. And when asked what our policy is, we'll say tax rise. We need to be really clear how we present that because, of course, our tax rise is fair and progressive on income tax, whereas the government's own analysis on their social care levy, as they're going to call it, actually hits the poorest even harder, which is completely disgusting and unacceptable, but not surprising from this government. So we really need to challenge them. We really need a policy of our own. Lib Dem Health and Care Association, our great team, we've been working with members like Andrew Haldane and Jim Pilling, have come up with a fantastic idea. And through the Party Bodies Forum, I'm really looking forward to working with the FPC to make sure we have a proper sustainable policy. Improving on Dilnot, that's really the gold standard. And Andrew Dilnot will tell you himself, it was Liberal Democrats in coalition government that forced the government to get a social care bill signed into law. And since then, Tories left to their own devices have failed us miserably. They've also failed us on mental health. And I'm really pleased to see that mental health is again made a priority in this paper. But I will issue my usual challenge. Because we've now been talking about this as a party and a society more, talking about mental health for the last 10 years or so, we are still nowhere where we need to be, both in terms of society, but also remember to challenge our own actions in our party. Are you considering the mental health and well-being of your candidates and your activists and your councillors and your MPs and all of the people who wish to stand? And we know in particular people with disabilities, autistic people, those people need even more support as well under the social care system, which we vitally need in this country. Please pass all three amendments and the motion as a whole, and then get out there and campaign and make this policy a reality.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Lee. Can I now please ask Charlie Hasted to stand by, and I call Paul Chandler, who's speaking against Amendment 2. Paul.
Conference, please reject Amendment 2, which is an attempt to prejudge the outcome of the current policy development process on UBI by Paul Noblet and his committee. What they have achieved is remarkable, and I urge all members to read their report on UBI and its implementation. And please do so before you support this amendment, if possible. In fact, better still, go to the Fringe meeting this afternoon at 5:35, where Paul Noblet will be there to explain and listen to members' questions and concerns about UBI. Now, I've been involved in discussion UBI for a very long time, ever since I was a member of the Basic Income Research Group in the 1980s. And many proponents of UBI are fond of saying that it's an idea that has been around for a long time. Now, this is true, but despite that, nowhere in the world has anyone actually implemented such a scheme. Advocates will speak of trials and experiments, but none of them have been proper trials funded by general taxation and truly a universal income. And there is a reason for that. It could be summed up by the fact that any costed scheme that I've ever seen, and I've looked at lots, either turns out to be too expensive or not generous enough to achieve its aims. But I don't want to second guess the results of our serious policy formation process. Let's see if we can square the circle and produce a viable scheme. UBI may be the way of the future, but for us to embed a commitment to UBI in this motion, which has been called, after all, a midterm manifesto, is quite wrong. Be not mistaken, if any proposal for UBI makes it into our actual manifesto in 2023, then it will dominate coverage of our general election campaign. It will be a huge spending commitment and means a radical overhaul of both the tax and the benefits system. The Tories will rub their hands with glee and produce a fountain of misinformation that may define us in people's minds. And remember, it will be soft Tories that we will be targeting. Do not vote for this amendment unless you are happy that you can defend UBI on the doorstep. Let our consultation process take its course and then debate the subject fully at next year's conference. Friends, please vote against Amendment 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Can I now please ask James Bailey to stand by, and I call Charlie Hasted to speak in favour of Amendment 3. Charlie.
Hi, as Vice Chair of LGBT plus Lib Dems, I'm really pleased to see this amendment. We have seen some shocking examples of ways in which this government has been trying to wheedle its way out of supporting especially LGBT asylum seekers, the fight against conversion therapy in all its forms. I'm so pleased we passed motion banning conversion therapy, beyond proud. But we've seen situations in which LGBT asylum seekers have been told that because they have children, they can't be LGBT. like bisexuality and forced marriage don't exist. We've seen LGBT asylum seekers having to submit videos of themselves having sex with a same-sex partner to try and convince the Home Office that their lives are in danger. We've heard of LGBT asylum seekers being told, just tone it down. Of bisexual LGBT asylum seekers being told, well, it's only half your identity. You only have to suppress half of who you are. We shouldn't have to suppress any of who we are. We are a country that has a long and proud history of accepting refugees, and I'm a descendant of the first refugees to come to the UK. And I'm not shutting the door behind me, and I don't want anyone else to. We need to support this amendment, and I love the rest of the motion. Some of you might remember from spring, obviously unpaid care is an issue I'm madly passionate about, healthcare, benefits, early years education, lifelong learning. This is an amazing, amazing motion. I'm so pleased to see it. Please support all of the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Can I now please ask Councillor Lucy Nethsinger to stand by to summate on the motion as a whole, and I call James Bailey, who's summating on amendments 2 and 3. James.
Thank you. Yes, so I will have to be brief because there's 2 amendments to get through here. On UBI, we had a speech against this from Paul. I was a little surprised by his concerns about preempting the outcome of the working group as a member of the working group who did most of the drafting on the paper you will find in the conference papers. The amendment we put here does not in any sense preempt that working group, in that it's entirely in line with the basics of the remit that we got from Federal Policy Committee when that working group was set up. Where I do agree with Paul is that UBI is too big to ignore. It is a seriously, it is a life-changing and government-changing policy. It has to be at the heart of what we do, and we have to give people like Pippa, and thanks to Pippa for your support of this, we have to give PPCs like Pippa the ability to go out and get talking about this. We need to start getting that conversation happening. We need to start talking about this more, and I'm really excited by that possibility. I hope you are too. This is really a flagship part of where we will be going with social and economic policy as a party in the future, and it's absolutely time to start talking about it. And I hope that, for the huge benefits to individual liberty as well as to economic equality that secure incomes can give, I really hope that you will support that amendment. On LGBT rights, Fraser and Charlie have given far more eloquent and detailed discussions of why you should vote for this amendment that I can possibly fit in my remaining time. As has rightly already been said, we have so often been the party leading on these issues, and if we don't, in many cases, nobody will. And at this particular moment in the UK, that is vital. Whether it's on conversion therapy, whether it's on the rights of refugees and asylum seekers who are being subjected, to unutterably bad treatment by the Home Office. And of course, also on trans rights, where there is a concerted and deeply unpleasant attempt to push trans people out of public life. There is no ifs or buts, there's no other way of putting it. That is what we are seeing in the UK at the moment. And, as somebody, this is an area where, I am not myself LGBT, but I have seen from people I know, people I care about, and people I love, the toll that this is taking on so many friends and so many colleagues. I have seen people have breakdowns. We have lost people from this party. We have lost people altogether. This is serious. It's something that we have to stand on as a matter of the deepest liberal moral principles we hold for people's right to be themselves. That is the core of why I put this amendment together. And that's why I very deeply hope that you will support it. Please vote for amendments 2 and 3. Thank you very much, conference.
Thank you, James. We now go to Councillor Lucy Nethsinger, who will be summating on the motion as a whole, and then we'll be going to a series of votes. Lucy.
Conference, thank you very much to all those who have contributed in this debate and those who have put amendments for this motion. The amendments are very welcome and we're very happy to support them all. Boris Johnson's government is without doubt the worst and most dangerous government of my lifetime. The fact that lying and misinformation are baked in and absolutely expected from our Prime Minister is truly shocking. And to be led by a Prime Minister who has a well-known loose relationship with the truth has proved particularly deadly during a pandemic. And the cost in both lives and economic damage is enormous. The UK population seem to be exhausted by bad news at present, but they will not give Boris Johnson the benefit of the doubt forever. It is comparatively easy to remain popular while handing out vast amounts of public money, but racking up debt and placing the burden of repaying it disproportionately on the young and working population is a disgrace. Given the government we face, it is so important that we have a clear set of policies to campaign on for the next year, and this paper helps to set out that platform. I'm particularly pleased to be supporting the green commitments in this paper. And this summer, we have seen the dire impact of climate change, which is already happening across the world. We need more urgently to move to a green recovery with serious investment in renewable energy and retrofitting homes. The commitment to raising carers' allowance is also absolutely needed. Carers have been badly let down by this government at a time when they most urgently needed support. And for me, it is really crucial that this paper also makes clear our commitment to rejoin the single market and customs union as a matter of urgency and a clear long-term commitment to UK membership of the EU. I want to thank all our speakers, especially Noah, speaking brilliantly on the impact of COVID on young people. It's so good to hear directly on the impact on school pupils. So thank you, Noah. Fraser, James and Charlie spoke powerfully about the need to stand up for LGBT rights in the face of a Home Office which just doesn't seem to recognise the dangers facing many LGBTQ people in many countries. Catherine was spot on in her analysis of the need to change our voting system in order to change our divisive and broken politics. And Pippa and Lee are right about the need to invest in social care and tackle underinvestment in our mental health services. Lee's challenge to us as a party to look to our own expectations is also well made. I don't agree with Paul that Amendment 2 prejudges the UBI debate. James is right, Amendment 2 does not prejudge our final policy, and we will be doing a lot more work on that in the coming weeks and months. Conference, I believe this paper sets out a clear set of policy proposals which we can all use in our local, national and social media campaigns in the coming months and years. I hope you agree and you will give this motion your wholehearted support along with the amendments. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Lucy. And can I thank all the contributors for sticking to time and actually making back some time. We were quite far behind, unfortunately, because of the previous debates, but we've managed to make back quite a bit of time. I'd also like to apologise for not calling the summated to Amendment 1. I decided that as it hadn't been opposed, it was probably better to just try and finish as soon as we possibly could. We now move to a series of votes. Now, in the interests of trying to make sure that we could call as many people in the debate as possible, we have decided to group votes on Amendment 1. So when you go to your polls tab, you will be able to see 3 options for the 3 different sections of Amendment 1. So that's for the first set of lines, the second set, and then the third set of lines. I hope that isn't too confusing. It should be relatively clear. I'll just go through which lines those are again. So in Amendment 1, you will see that there are, as I said, three separate parts. Lines 1 to 4, lines 5 to 7, and lines 8 to 9. So there will be votes on those 3 separate parts separately. That should be going live now. We will announce the results of all 3 at the end of the 2 minutes. The voting should be open. Thank you very much, Conference. Voting has closed. I can announce that the result for Amendment 1, lines 1 to 4, is 280 votes in favour, 17 votes against, so 1 to 4 passes. The result for Part 2 of that amendment, lines 5 to 7, was 231 in favour and 51 against, so again, that part is carried. And then the final vote on lines 8 to 9 of Amendment 1 went 267 in favour and 10 against. So the amendment in its entirety in all three parts is carried. We now move to a vote on Amendment 2. That should be available in your polls tab now. Thank you, Conference, for voting on that. I can announce that the result of the vote on Amendment 2 is 246 votes in favour and 69 against. So that amendment is carried. We now move to a vote on Amendment 3, which should be open in your polls tab now. Thank you very much, Conference. I can now announce the result of that vote. That was 265 in favour of Amendment 3 and 25 against. So that amendment is carried as well. We now move to a vote on the motion as a whole, as amended by Amendments 1, 2 and 3. That should be open in your polls tab now. Thank you very much, Conference. I can now announce that that motion is carried with 318 votes in favour and 10 against. I'd like to apologise slightly for running over. Unfortunately, it's just the nature of these things sometimes. There will now be a short break for lunchtime fringes, and of course, there's always time to visit the exhibition. So I'd encourage you to take a look. I'd also encourage you to take a look at the emergency motions that have been tabled for tomorrow. There is still time to put in a card, both on Afghanistan or on the supply chain crisis. Please do remember to put in a card before 5 o'clock today if you want to speak in those motions tomorrow. I'd like to thank my aides, Joe Otten and Cara Jenkinson. I'd also like to flag that the next session on the Federal Board report will be starting slightly earlier than usual at 2:10, not 2:15, again to accommodate everything ahead of the leader's speech. And that's it. Thank you very much, Conference.